direct investment. But before we start with a Mentimeter, which was skipped yesterday, but I think we have time to do that in this morning as a wake-up call, more or less.
Good morning. So yes, as said by the moderator, and thank you, moderator, for the floor, we will share a quick Mentimeter. If you're not familiar with this, it's basically an interactive tool that you will be able to interact with. I guess that's in the name. So it's basically, yeah, we'll share the screen now. Hopefully it will work. And you will be able in a second to see this. Yes. So basically you can either use your phone, if it works, to flash the QR code, or go to the Mentimeter, the address that you can find on the left of the slide, so menti.com, and enter the code that you can see on the screen. For people who are also connected on the Zoom call, there should be a link in the chat that you can use to join the Mentimeter. So basically, I will give you 30 seconds, 1 minute, just to go to this platform, and then there will be a number of questions that you will be able to answer. Yeah, I hope the QR codes are not too small on the screens, and that it works. I see quite a lot of people online already, so that's good. It means that you can reach the platform. That's excellent. So maybe 15, 20 more seconds. If people need more time, you can just wave. So I see. Oh, it seems like everyone is connected more or less. I see people are still taking pictures. Yes, you should just end up on a page which says instructions, because we haven't started yet. Hopefully that's where you land. Okay, I think we can start. There is still you will still be able to see the code in case you want to join via the website, so menti.com. So a very, very easy first basic question, just to break the ice. You should be able to use your screen directly, or your mouse if you're connected via a computer, to pinpoint where you come from. See, we already have someone come. Oh, excellent. So yeah, you can see all directly on the screen where people do come from. It's good. You see that there is a very wide representation from not yet all over the world, but it's starting to look like this. Excellent. We give it like 30 seconds to this, and then we will go into the more substantial question. But it's good to see that, you know, there are so many people coming from, even from the Arctic, the Arctic Sea. Wow. That's probably people from the north, I guess. Excellent. Wow. That's many, many blue dots. All right, 15 more seconds, just to give you the opportunity to say where you're coming from. And that's a very broad geographical representation, so that's good. All right. There's still some points coming through. Wow. No one from Australia? There is someone from Australia. Yeah, very excellent. Okay, thanks very much for that. That's very good to see where you're coming from. The next slide is a bit more work-related. It's basically, you have the opportunity to say in 2-3 words in your own language. You can answer in French, Spanish, English, Russian, because that's the official language of the workshop. And yeah, just answer these very broad questions. What are your expectations for this workshop? you're free to answer whatever you want. The good thing is that the answers will be able also to collect them just to analyze them also as after the workshop. One response already. Again, we take like 1-2 minutes to answer this. Network funding opportunities, it's good. Share ideas. Yeah, thank you for answering. That's a lot of networking. That's good. That's why we're here. New financing opportunities, excellent. New approaches to engaging with the private sector. I hope that you will be able to answer this today. There are a lot more answers, 30, 40, 55, 35, sorry, responses. We can only see a limited number on the screen, but as I said, we will, all this will be gathered at the end of the workshop for us to have a look at. All right, that's good. 45, maybe 30 more seconds. I see that we are reaching more than 50 people answering, so thanks for that. And there are some common themes, so that's good. You know, like networking is all around the place. All right, maybe 10 more seconds. Good. Okay, let's go to the next question, which is a question just to understand how familiar you are with the funding finances issues when it comes to transboundary water cooperation. So it's pretty basic. You should be able on your screen to choose either you're very familiar, not familiar, or in between. Again, I think that's important to answer because our speakers today, coming from the private sector, they are basically finance experts, and they can tailor a bit their language according to this your answer now. So there is a strong majority not so familiar. That's good. We already have like close to 50 people answering. We give 15 more seconds just to allow everyone to answer. Not so familiar is still at the top with nearly 30 answers. Excellent. We're reaching the 50 people threshold, so I think we will move to the next slide. Here, it's up to you to answer. Also something important for us to know. So what are your two main financing priorities when it comes to transboundary water resources management, of course? If possible, you can identify two and just say 1, 2, so try to rank them. Again, you can answer in French, Spanish, English, Russian, that's fine. I think that's good that you can answer in the language or the more familiar with. Okay, sustainable access to secure funding. Yeah, this one is a bit more complicated, so maybe yeah, take your time. We give you 1 minute to answer to this one. Yeah, there are a lot of response coming through. That's excellent. Water quality, understanding the resource. Yeah, there are a lot of issues that we will be discussing today, like nature-based solution. Yeah, it's interesting to see how wide and diverse it is. Financing in conflict-related. Yeah, thank you for answering. That's already more than 30 answers. As I said, maybe 30 more seconds to give you the time to answer. And we are close to the end of the Mentimeter exercise, so it was just to warm the room a bit as well. I see some people still typing on their phones. So maybe, yeah, 10, 15 seconds more, and then we will move to the next slide. Okay. So thank you very much for that. Again, that would be very useful for us in the future and also for this workshop today. So the next slide is the last slide, and it's about understanding your challenges or your main challenge that prevents you from mobilizing financial resources. So what is the main issue? You have a number of choices you can choose from. You have only one choice, at least that's how it should work. And just choose the most important one, and we will and it will show on the screen as well. So you don't have to have a biggest challenge, it's just in case. And yeah, I also apologize for the language aspect. It's only in English. We couldn't have several slides in several languages because the software doesn't allow for it, unfortunately. Yeah, you can see it's interesting. At the moment, the first biggest challenge is it's clarity and who to talk to and who to go to when you have a funding and financing request. And it's still first. Also interesting to see that second, third, and fourth and fifth are very close. So issues that are shared with by many people. So maybe 30 more seconds, and then we can move to the presentation of today. Also interesting to see that the human resources aspect is, yeah, quite clearly number 2 now. Okay. I think we will be, yeah, maybe just 15 seconds, and then we just close the Mentimeter. I can see that there are already a lot of answers, so we are reaching our 50% threshold. Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much for that. I think that's much appreciated. It's important for today and for the future. So yeah, thank you very much. Hope it was helpful for you as well.
Thank you, Julian. And now we start with the presentations. We have several blocks, and we start with 2 presentations by Arthur Knudsen and by Miriam, after which there's a round of question and answers. I hope the answers will come then, of course. So I'd like to introduce Arthur Knudsen from the SEB Bank. She's a senior advisor and team manager of climate and sustainable finance. And she will enlighten us on what are the challenges to be addressed to further attract private capital. Arthur, you have the floor. Oh, sorry. That's my morning. I need my coffee.
Thank you. Do you have any of the slides coming up? Okay, so I will just start to thank for a very good and interesting discussion yesterday. And one key takeaway for me was that we need several different sources of funding and financing. So I very much look forward to today's discussion on how we can mobilize the private capital into these important investments. And please, can I have the next slide? And as said, I work with sustainable finance at SEB, and that's a commercial bank. And the reason for showing this slide with the SEB milestones on is because I would like to highlight a couple of things from here. So the first thing is that for SEB, sustainability in its core, and it's a long-term commitment. And we innovate and develop together with our partners and together with our customers. The second part I would like to highlight is that innovation does not happen overnight. This was not the case with the green bonds, as Christopher told yesterday. And this is probably not the case with the water and transboundary water investments. But what I can say is that at SEB, we are so committed to make this happen sooner or later. And the third point is that coming back to the story of the green bond, I think there are some lessons to learn from that process and apply this on the water. So we had this wish from institutional investors that they wanted to engage in global climate change. And Christopher brought the idea of green bonds to the investors that really liked the idea. And they went to the World Bank, and now the rest is history. And one reason why the investors really liked the idea was the familiarity of the instrument. So it was a normal bond with the green feature. So they familiarize with the bond so they can assess the risk return features with the bond that they are familiar with. They could compare it and they could scale it up. So the investors only needed to define what is green. And for that, they took help from academic experts providing this information. So the SEB role in this setting was that in addition to providing the innovation with the idea, we would also do the conversion of languages, because you have the sustainability language and you have the financial language, and you need to talk the sustainable finance language. So this is to create this mutual understanding, to bridge these knowledge gaps that we have. And please, you can change the slide. And this is not a very good slide because it's a bit small, but this shows the investor spectra. So who is the private capital, or what is the private capital? Who is the investor behind it? So on the right-hand side here, we have the philanthropic and impact investors, and they have no or little return requirements. And in this spectra, we as a bank has not so much value added. In some parts, they can provide some guarantees in blended solutions. But our most important role is if we move to the left-hand side on the kind of conventional, the large bulk of the capital standing there on the sidelines. And here we have the pension funds, we have the investment funds, sovereign wealth funds, and similar. And as you can see here also, they have some different ESG and impact features as well, if you see within these dotted lines. But what they have in common is the financial goal of competitive risk-adjusted returns. And this is not something that they can forget about, because they perhaps manage a fund where they take care of retired teachers' money, and the teachers need their pension money when they retire. And also common for this part of the investor spectrum is that they have this investment mandate. The portfolio manager is held accountable for each and every investment decision. So you see the need for storytelling. You need to be able to motivate each and every investment decision. So you need to bridge the knowledge gap and bridge the distance gap now when we talk about river basin organizations. And we also need to assess, are the associated risk addressed? And one, you have the financial risk, and that's something that the investors are experts on, but you also have the reputational risk. I mean, coming back to the portfolio manager with the teacher's pension, they do not want to see in the newspaper the next day that you have problems in this project with child labor or corruption or bribery. So that's a headache that they want to avoid. So if we come back to the perception of these high risk investments, so the more of these unknowns that we can mitigate and peel off, the more familiar the investor gets with the financial instrument per se, so they can assess this risk-adjusted return. So we need to provide the comfort on the knowledge, the geography, the political dimension, reputational, and similar. So then coming back to the instrument where they can assess this risk-adjusted return, they can compare it to other investments and so forth. And here again, as a bank, SEB, we come in and try to do this language conversion. So we translate to provide this mutual understanding and trust. And you can go to the next slide, I think. And the importance of this mutual understanding and trust can be illustrated using this slide. And this is a slide that we have borrowed from the Blue Peace financing project. And in this case, there is a bond, but it could be any financial instrument. And I mean, now we have seen a lot of different examples of these structures, but this is one. So this is one example. And I would like to go back to this teacher pension fund and the portfolio manager, because if you can imagine, you have this platform where all the portfolio manager are quite comfortable investing in these familiar financial instruments. And you would like this portfolio manager to kind of climb one step up and perhaps use this chain and kind of pull it up and pull yourself up and get one step higher than everybody else. The portfolio manager needs to trust that the chain, it holds, and no chain is stronger than the weakest link. So if we go to the side here in the picture where you have the investor, so they need to trust that the chain is solid and all these dark blue ones, so you have the institutional frameworks, the investment plan, that these chains need to be solid enough for this portfolio manager to kind of dare to pull up the chain and pull. And for that, you need to have all the protocols in place to provide this comfort to the investor. So you need assessment and approval of these underlying assets. And you also need to make sure that you have the soundness of the legal and institutional framework of the River Basin Organization. You need to have the developed impact framework and the monitoring and reporting in place. And these days in the green bond market, each investor expects to have the impact report. So they in turn can provide information to the teachers saving their money in the fund. And if relevant, you will also need to take third-party verification that can kind of ensure that, yes, we can check the boxes. These protocols are in place. So you can trust on these protocols. And here again, this is the role of us as a bank to create this mutual understanding, to make sure that this foundation on the left-hand side on the capacity building is solid enough and that it's described in a way so the investors understand it. And then so the investor also feel comfort that this is something that we can rely on. So I would just conclude here. So in this room, I have heard so much competence and knowledge about the benefits of these kind of projects. You're so experts on the technical issues and the political issues. So the important here is to share this knowledge in a way so investors understand it. And from the investor side, they need to start to get interested in this kind of investment. So they need to try to understand and to get interested. And here again, our role as a bank comes in and trying to create this mutual understanding and mutual interest and provide this comfort. And I think the key word here is collaboration, and this is something that we have heard. And I mean, we are from different sectors and stakeholders in this room. So I think if we collaborate and do this journey together, I think perhaps next year we will have a lot of concrete examples on where we actually can see some success stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Asa. And before we turn to questions, I'd like to give the floor to Miriam Denis Leserve on my right hand now, who enlighten us on how financial institutions and companies considering river basin health in their investments.
Very much. Good morning, all. My name is Miriam, and I work in CDP's. Is that better? Great. Let's start again. Good morning. My name is Miriam, and I work in CDP's water security team in London. So I'll actually be focusing just on companies for the purpose of this presentation, but looking into how financial institutions are factoring in water will be my contribution to the panel discussion later at, I think, 12. So CDP, I'm based in the London office, so I'm British, and British people love to queue. When I'm in a queue, I love to talk to everyone around me, regardless of whether or not they want to talk to me. Yesterday in the queue at the Peace Gates, I got talking to a man who was attending a conference here on sports and human rights. Naturally, my interest in water got us speaking about how water intensive the sports industry is. And this reminded me about golf courses. It was seeing a golf course on the arid outskirts of Marrakesh when I was 17 on a geography field trip that really sparked my interest in water. I asked myself, how can the golf course be so green and lush when the surrounding landscape is so arid and dry? How can this golf course access water, and was this posing conflict with other water users? So over 10 years later, I'm delighted to be continuing this conversation and exploring similar questions with you all today. So I work for CDP. Does anyone not know who CDP is and what we do? Few hands up. Well, that's great, because I'm delighted to give you a quick overview. So CDP is an international not-for-profit organization, and we work to secure a thriving economy that works for people and planet in the long term. Our focus from a water perspective is to ensure that the way in which we run our businesses and our financial institutions is aligned with a water secure future. And how do we do this? Well, we work with investors and also purchasing companies to request environmental information from the companies that they invest in or buy from via CDP. Next slide, please. So companies measure, report their impacts, their risks, opportunities, and actions, and this data is scored. We provide companies a score from A to D. That data is shared back with our requesting entities, made publicly available on our website, and is used to inform better decisions, reward companies with superior performance, and drive further action. Next slide, please. And actually, if we could go one slide further, brilliant, thank you. So companies disclosing to CDP are from every sector. Apparel, we've got H&M, mining, Anglo-American. From the services sector, we have Ecolab and Microsoft. All of these companies are measuring and reporting their impact through a questionnaire. And this questionnaire serves two purposes. Firstly, to collect business relevant information, business relevant water related data in a standardized, comparable format that we make available to the market. And secondly, to catalyze action within the company itself, but also between the company and the requesting entity, sparking strategic dialogues and conversations on water that may never have happened at all. Next slide, please. So, and actually one, yeah, fantastic. So this year, nearly 5,000 companies disclosed on water, marking a 90% increase over the last 10 years. So this really shows that the tide is turning on corporate disclosure on water. The private sector is waking up to the rise of water-related risks facing them, as well as the opportunities to be gained from acting on water. Remember here that the private sector has a huge impact on water. In fact, agriculture and industry are collectively the single largest user, polluter, and influencer of global water resources. So how these companies choose to grow will make or break our ability to achieve SDG 6. But let's move on and dive into a couple of our questions in our questionnaire that these 4,815 companies have answered this year that give us insight into how companies are factoring in basin health into their strategic plans. Does your organization undertake a water-related risk assessment? So this question is in our risk procedures module, and it helps gauge how thorough a company's water-related risk assessment is. Companies conduct these assessments to inform their understanding of their exposure to risks. But in order to conduct a thorough, a rigorous, a holistic risk assessment, companies must obviously look beyond the four walls of their own operations to understand the wider contextual issues happening or taking place in the basin. So this graph shows the number of companies factoring in basin dynamics into their risk assessments. These slides, I know they're quite small, but we can see that around 1,800 companies, that's nearly 2,000 companies, are factoring in water availability at the basin level. We had 1,300 companies looking at the status of surrounding ecosystems and habitats, and nearly 1,000 companies considering stakeholder conflicts concerning water resources at the local level. If we move on, this graph shows the stakeholders that companies are considering when conducting their risk assessments. So we can see that most companies who have a risk assessment do engage with local communities, water utilities, or other water users at the basin level. But why is this important for us all to know here today? Well, it shows that companies are reaching out to other organizations in the basin. And indeed, we do have a few examples of companies working directly with river basin organizations to build out their risk assessments. There's opportunity here for us to promote this as best practice, as this is a good entry point for companies to get involved in river basin plans and dialogues. This leads me on to the second question for today. This is in our risk disclosure module, and it asks, by river basin, what is the number and proportion of facilities exposed to water risks that could have a substantive financial or strategic impact on your business? This question was introduced 3 years ago to build the capacity of companies disclosing to us, because we noted that companies were unaware of river basin dynamics to the extent of not even knowing really what a river basin was in the first place. They were unaware of the importance of river basin health, and also not really investing in projects to boost river basin health or resilience. But this year we had 1,813 organizations, companies answering this question, reporting over 5,000 facilities exposed to water-related risks across 217 basins in 137 countries. This question is where companies can tell us the details of the risks they face. And this one, if we go to the next slide, from a clothing company really stuck out because it shows how poor transboundary water governance is a risk for business. So again, the text is super small, but it gives a quote of a PVH Corporation operating in the Mekong Delta, where access to water is greatly influenced by the actions of upstream actors across the region. They state that these transboundary challenges include the absence of upstream dams, a lack of regulatory frameworks, increased flooding, and excessive groundwater extraction. They say that these complex transnational challenges contribute to increased water stress for the entire Mekong region and the suppliers in Ho Chi Minh City in particular. This is just one basin. If we go to the next slide, this graph shows the top river basins with facilities at risk, all of which have the potential to threaten the company's total global revenue. These are not just transboundary rivers. In fact, the first one in China, that's from the Yangtze River, which is the longest river that just runs through one country. So perhaps not the best example, but we've got river basins here from Mexico, Thailand, the US, Germany, India, and Korea. Next slide, please. From our data, we've seen that a high number of organizations, in fact, a fifth of the total number of organizations disclosing to us, have river basin risks that could threaten more than 80% of their company's global revenue. 80% of the company's global revenue. So this example, the second one on this slide, is from Luigi Bormioli, which is an Italian glassware company, and it's a really hard-hitting example because their entire operation relies on two facilities located in the Po Basin in Italy, and that they say in case of impacts caused by extreme events, the entire company's global revenue could be affected, their entire revenue. This was the Po Basin in Italy. Next slide, please. Last year. So the River Po is Italy's longest waterway, and this is during the drought in Europe last summer. So low levels of water transformed the entire river, affecting everything from the production of tomatoes, watermelons, to hydroelectric power, drinking water, commercial shipping, and fishing. So this really makes it clear that it's in the company's interest that basins are managed sustainably, and how important it is that companies have a really strong understanding of river basin health and involve local stakeholders to enable them to put measures in place to mitigate these risks and contribute to water security in a way that is socially and environmentally just. And we do have companies investing. In fact, companies report over $100 billion in actions to mitigate water-related risks and impacts. So if we go to the last slide, looking ahead, there's still work to be done, obviously. We need to continue to integrate transboundary cooperation information into existing corporate water risk tools, such as these water risk assessments that companies are conducting. We need to influence corporate disclosure regulations and rating agencies to integrate basin scale action into methodologies and proposals, scale up the adoption of basin level collaboration initiatives, such as the CEO Water Mandates Resilience Coalition, science-based targets for fresh water, the AWS standard, which all validate and align corporate site-based investments with basin needs. We need to explore the ways in which we can better channel this $100 billion in ways that further collaborate with stakeholders to protect and restore ecosystems and provide resilient water infrastructure. And lastly, of course, because I'm from CDP, we need to boost the number of companies disclosing to CDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. I think two excellent presentation. One more on the angle of risk for companies. The other by also more on how to convert the financial sector by better understanding on what water is about. I'd like now to open the floor for questions. Of course, I understand it's early morning before the coffee, but I see the Astrid from the Jeff. You have the floor.
It was really good. I would love to have your slides. That's awesome. Miriam, could you give us a bit of an overview of what went into the current version or the now draft or even final science-based targets for freshwater? I mean, it's relatively new. I know the GF has been involved early on. We have the science-based targets or the SBTIs for climate for a long time. Freshwater is a bit newer. It's always very hard to find the indicator for freshwater. So that would be lovely to hear what went into that.
So the Science-Based Targets Initiative for Nature released in the last few months their methodology for water, science-based targets for water. You're right, these are different obviously to the science-based targets for climate because they really take into account the individual specifics of each basin to identify the threshold. To inform the ambition of a target, companies need to know the water availability context in the basins in which they're operating, but also the pollution thresholds. So the freshwater specific methodology has just come out, it's just been released, and really takes into account how companies can be setting targets relating to water withdrawal, but also water quality, so reducing nitrates and phosphates.
Thanks. I see Georgia and then ADB.
Yeah, thank you. Presentation. I'm private sector involvement, although I try to involve. And as a ADB, so I'm really curious how ADB can work together, or whether there are already some such kind of examples. I would like to know. It means I'm a folk of the Carrick water pillar, communicating with the 5 Central Asia country, and shortly we start the capacity assessment of the basin water organization and the irrigation institution. As I provided the presentation, what stages are best to involve these banks? So I would like to have some advice. So I should let you know now that we start such kind of assessment, or I should consult with you at the timing of that we complete some assessment. I would like to know, so what timing is better for you to consider involvement of you? Thank you. Maybe a bit unclear.
Please use your mic,
select.
please.
Can you hear?
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. So how do you select those companies? Are they applying for funding, or and why companies? Why not other stakeholders, for instance, or water users, or municipalities? Let's say, do you work with commercial companies only, or and another question? Do you consider already completed basin plans, for instance, or assessments to identify those stressors, for instance, or your decision is based purely on the company applications?
Thank you, Georgia. UNDP.
A quick question on these new thresholds for each basin. If we could have a little bit of information, one, on where we can find, you said these were just released, if this is publicly available. And also, will these be refined as they're developed? And also, how do you deal with imperfect information? Because I know in many basins, the carrying capacity, both in terms of abstraction as well as pollution loads, really is something that's an ongoing issue. And often the information that we would love to have, we actually don't fully have. So I'm just curious how you'll be updating, what the plan is for updating that and dealing with the imperfect information. Thank you.
Thank you, UNDP. And then I go to ABN, and after that, Italy and Cameroon. And I close the questions. You have the floor.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. D'abord, je remercie madame vraiment pour son exposé. Et il avait posé une question au départ qui connaît les structures. Moi, j'étais parmi les ignorants. Maintenant, je vois qu'ils ont des interventions, mais ma question, qu'au niveau des bassins en Afrique de manière générale, ce sont des structures plus ou moins étatiques. Et qu'elle a parlé du secteur privé et les conséquences de temps en temps de ce qui se passe dans les différents bassins. Est-ce que votre intervention d'abord, c'est de manière globale dans le monde ou bien vous avez une partie du monde où vous intervenez? Et si c'est le contraire, comment on va faire vraiment pour avoir des échanges avec vous parce que chez nous aussi, nous constatons maintenant que dans les bassins, par exemple, quand je prends l'autorité des bassins de fleuve Niger, de plus ou moins, il y a des installations, des unités de grande envergure qui utilisent l'eau. Donc, les informations, s'ils partent vers eux seulement et qu'il n'y a pas une répercussion vers les bassins même, je crois les conséquences par la suite seront négatives pour tout le monde. Donc, j'aimerais vraiment avoir plus de détails pour votre intervention et la possibilité d'avoir des contacts avec votre structure. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. And I'd like to turn to Italy.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. My question is for Misa. And it's actually based on what also Asa explained us on the fact that in the business sector, in the finance sector, there might not be the same language as the, development sector, I would say. So my question here is, when companies, when organizations come to you for the risk assessment, do you have the impression that they already have an understanding of what they are looking for? Because I've seen from the graph that you have shown that the answers usually are already sort of standardized. So I assume that are provided in the questionnaire. But my question is, if you have the sense that they already know what they are facing, if they already know what they are the kind of risks that investing in a river basin can cause. And the second question actually has to do with what you shown in the Po River. I mean, being as an Italian, I mean, I'm sort of, I've been quite familiar with that kind of question. And I mean, is there any kind of, I would say, solution that you can suggest to companies? And I'm not even clear whether you also sort of give advices to when that kind of huge drought impacts a geographical area and therefore also impacts the companies that have invested their money in that area, geographical area. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy, and I close with Cameroon. Was the question?
Merci pour la parole donnée. Oui, je voudrais revenir sur l'intervention de SEB, justement, qui parlait de réputation dans le cadre des risques liés aux investissements par les entreprises privées. Donc, chez nous, le cliché est déjà établi qu'en termes de réputation, les pays africains en général, les bassins sont plus ou moins considérés comme n'ayant pas une bonne réputation pour pouvoir céder au financement et aux prêts. Alors, je vais comprendre comment vous établissez la réputation, comment vous l'évaluez et cette réputation, elle s'appuie sur le comportement des États ou alors les organismes de bassin. Parce que directement, si on s'appuie sur la réputation et des clichés qui sont déjà établis, beaucoup de bassins en Afrique n'auront pas accès au financement et aux prêts. C'était un peu ça ma préoccupation. Merci.
Thank you, Cameroon, for your interesting question. I'd like first to give the floor to Arthur to at least the final and maybe other related questions to answer them, or to try to answer them.
Okay, so I get that two questions were directed to me. So on when to reach out to us from the ADB, because we are kind of in the beginning of this journey. So I couldn't tell, so please reach out to me as soon as after this. We're always interested to discuss and exchange views on this. And on the question on the reputational risk, I think one point I wanted to make with this kind of translation of language and information sharing was that if you're a fund manager based in Europe or the US, and you're very unfamiliar with the country itself and perhaps also the structure of the river basin organizations, the perception of a huge reputational risk may be larger. And that is why this information sharing is so important, and that you share information in the way so the portfolio manager can understand. And I can't really tell you actually if the state reputation is more important than the river-based reputation. I think it goes a bit hand in hand. So if you have a nation with kind of worse reputation, I think it put more pressure on the river basin organizations around that to provide information on and to give comfort to the investor. But again, I mean, this reputational risk, they decrease when you know your area really well and you know the setting and you know what you invest in. So I'm not sure if I answer your question completely, but it's a lot of about information sharing here, I think.
Thank you, Arthur. And then I'd like to turn to Miriam. You got a lot of questions, I must say.
A few questions there. First of all, the gentleman over there asked about when best to collaborate with the private sector, and I really think the time when companies are conducting their risk assessments, which could happen on an annual basis or even a quarterly basis, is a really opportune time, because they should be going outside of, again, the four walls of their operations to engage with local communities, water utilities, other stakeholders in the basin. And those risk assessments inform how they're going to be mitigating those risks in the future. So what infrastructure they'll be investing in, what external initiatives they might start collaborating in. So that can really set up the direction of their operations in the river basins for years to come. We've seen that many companies are already conducting risk assessments, 1,800, but also, as I'll go on to talk about later this afternoon, increasingly investors, request the companies that they're investing in to conduct water-related risk assessments. So that pressure is coming also from investors like DNB Bank, DWS Group. We've got Industrial Bank in the US who are making it mandatory for investees in their portfolios to conduct water-related risk assessments. So if companies aren't doing it, they will have that additional pressure. Okay, next question. A question over here on how do we choose the companies that disclose to us? So we at CDP have a really great tool. It's called WaterWatch, and WaterWatch ranks 244 different industrial activities from cocoa farming to passenger airlines. And we rank each activity on the impact it has on water availability and water pollution across the entire value chain, the supply chain, direct ops, product use phase. So we've identified the most impactful companies, those that are scoring critical to high impact. And we've really prioritized those companies to disclose to us. However, increasingly, we're looking at targeting the entire public universe of listed companies. So eventually we'll be in a situation where we have tens of thousands of companies disclosing on water, not just thousands. I hope that answered your question, which actually leads me on to the next question about whether CDP focuses on specific regions. I think that question came from the middle of the room here. Sorry, I didn't take down the organization's names. But the question, I think, was talking about what are the specifics about what can I say about companies operating across Africa. We did have 99 companies reporting 215 water-related risks to CDP operating across Africa, mostly from the food, bev, agriculture, materials, manufacturing industries. And they have disclosed around $60 billion at risk from especially chronic physical risk. So even though we collect this data from companies around the world, we don't actually prioritize engagement in any one region. CDP pulls this data from companies with operations, again, all over the world. Should I continue? Okay. Risks in Italy. Companies I spoke about how companies are responding to these risks. Most are putting in efficiency and drought contingency plans. Efficiency is a really key one for companies. Ford has reduced their withdrawals by 40% since 2015. But there is really this need to, again, put in efficiency measures that are properly grounded in the wider context. So working with other stakeholders to ensure that it's not just the company benefiting from those measures. And lastly, SBTN, the thresholds. So I have to say, the work on SBTN is happening. I haven't been fully immersed in this work. However, the thresholds, it's the methodology is encouraging companies themselves to identify the thresholds in the basins in which they're operating and want to set targets for. There will be a list of certain river basins which are which have concentrated operations. So those thresholds can be jointly developed and then used by a number of different organizations or companies who are setting targets in those areas. So I think we should have a list. The SBT, the science-based targets for water are, they will be verified. So your question about how we can trust that data, each target will be validated, will be verified alongside those thresholds. So I hope that will speak to that.
Thank you, Asa and Miriam, for your presentation and your excellent answer to all the questions. And with that, I'd like to now invite the next three speakers to come and sit behind the table. It's Araya Lansana Fofana, who's the High Commissioner of the OMVG. Mrs. Crystal Alverne from the UNCDF. And Mr. Cherno Sadou Diallo, also from the UNCDF. Okay, let's continue. So this part is on the example of Blue Peace Financing Initiative, how to use transboundary water corporations as an entry point to support water management at basin and municipal level. And we use the example of the Gambia River Basin. And I have the honor to give the High Commissioner from the OMVG, Mr. Elaya Lansana Fofana, the word for his remarks.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Nous allons donc présenter l'expérience de l'OMVG dans le contexte de l'initiative financement Blue Peace. Vous me permettrez rapidement. Je sais pas. Ok. Je ne sais pas comment on va projeter. C'est projeté? Non, c'est pas projeté. Vous avez des slides? Hein? Demandez.
So there are some technical issues now. We changed the order of presentation and we invite Christel Anverne to start with her presentation.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Bonjour, bonjour à tous. Je suis Christelle Alverne et je coordonne le bureau régional du NCDF basé à Dakar. Je vais donc introduire un petit peu cette présentation en français, simplement pour dire que au cours de la journée que nous avons passée hier et de ce matin, on se rend bien compte en fait qu'il y a un décalage entre les territoires et les échelles du développement et les territoires et les échelles des prises de décision. Et on voit bien que ce gap est particulièrement prégnant en matière d'eau qui est source de tension, mais pour laquelle également les solutions en fait et les institutions, les systèmes de gouvernance et les systèmes de financement ne sont pas forcément adaptés. Donc vraiment, arriver à combler ce gap, pardon, et ce bac en même temps, puisqu'on parle d'eau, et le point en fait qui me semble le plus important. Donc cette eau qui est source de tension, mais qui permet à la fois d'être une solution majeure en termes de défis relatifs au changement climatique, aux évolutions démographiques, à la lutte contre l'insécurité alimentaire, doit nous appeler à trouver ensemble des solutions. Et c'est vraiment un défi à notre intelligence collective qui se pose là. Notre rôle en tant que UNCDF, donc United Nations Capital Development Fund, le fonds d'équipement des Nations Unies en français, et dans le système des Nations Unies, de trouver des solutions en termes d'accès au financement. Et c'est précisément ce qui nous intéresse ici dans ce partenariat avec l'OMVG et avec l'appui de la coopération suisse, qui est donc de trouver des solutions non traditionnelles, des solutions innovantes pour l'accès au financement. Le but est donc de choisir des investissements qui soient structurants, transformateurs, notamment pour les bassins, de trouver comment mesurer le risque et enfin d'identifier les garanties qui sont nécessaires. Dans cet appui que nous avons apporté à l'OMVG, nous avons en fait travaillé sur plusieurs aspects. Notre point d'entrée a été vraiment d'aider l'OMVG à définir son schéma directeur, donc à trouver en fait quelles sont les priorités en termes d'infrastructures, quels sont les défis à relever, comment en fait ces défis peuvent être relevés avec des infrastructures et comment le faire dans un schéma en fait de coopération et de confiance. Et finalement, c'est ces 3 C dont on a parlé hier qui sont un peu la ligne conductrice du schéma directeur de l'OMVG que nous avons appuyé. C'est d'abord la connaissance des territoires, la connaissance des dynamiques sur ces territoires, la connaissance de l'ensemble des enjeux liés à l'eau. C'est également la confiance parce que l'ensemble de ce processus de création de ce schéma directeur a été fait avec un mécanisme de concertation permanent avec les États et avec les autorités locales, où l'OMVG a donc animé ce mécanisme de concertation permanente. Et le 3e C, c'est donc la collaboration qui a permis donc à l'OMVG de rassembler les États et les autorités, l'ensemble des autorités au sein de ces États pour pouvoir prendre la décision donc d'un schéma directeur sur la base de scénarios. Donc connaissance, confiance et collaboration qui nous a permis de travailler sur l'élaboration de ce schéma directeur. Monsieur le haut commissaire reviendra sur cet aspect-là. Une des particularités de ce schéma, c'est d'allier des gros projets, donc des infrastructures structurantes et transformatives au niveau inter-État, avec des projets locaux et transfrontaliers, et donc d'essayer de pouvoir embrasser l'ensemble de ces échelles de développement dans ce schéma directeur. Le dispositif qui a été mis en place doit permettre donc d'allier à ce schéma directeur d'autres types d'appuis, notamment un appui en termes de structuration juridique, donc de revue un petit peu du dispositif organisationnel et institutionnel existant au sein de l'OMVG. Quel doit être le statut, par exemple, de ces infrastructures régionales? Ce sont des biens publics régionaux dont, en fait, la propriété ou la gouvernance doit aller au-delà des États. Donc, l'idée au-delà du schéma directeur est d'appuyer le dispositif juridique à mettre en place et à revoir donc le dispositif juridique. Et c'est également d'appuyer en fait un changement dans le mécanisme de gouvernance et de capacité institutionnelle de l'OMVG. L'objectif ultime, c'est pour l'OMVG et surtout pour ces infrastructures d'accéder à des mécanismes de financement non souverains, donc d'aider en fait l'OMVG et les États à se libérer de la dette souveraine pour aller vers le marché des capitaux, à trouver donc un lead arranger qui va permettre de structurer une obligation et d'aller vers le marché des capitaux. Nous travaillons également avec l'Union européenne sur des mécanismes de garantie pour pouvoir trouver des garanties donc non souveraines pour accéder à ce marché des capitaux. C'est aussi un point essentiel dans un schéma où les risques sont très mal connus et où en fait l'idée est vraiment d'apporter ce portefeuille d'appui de la part de UNCDF à l'OMVG pour que, in fine, l'OMVG arrive avec ses infrastructures à accéder au marché des capitaux. L'idée, c'est d'en faire un projet pilote et de documenter l'ensemble du processus pour voir ce qui marche et ce qui marche moins bien, quelles sont les difficultés qui se posent pour pouvoir ensuite répliquer en fait ce mécanisme de Blue Peace Bond à d'autres agences de bassin. Et l'idée également, c'est de sortir en fait, de bâtir des mécanismes qui soient profitables par eux-mêmes. Et on le sait, en fait, l'exploitation de l'eau peut être extrêmement profitable pour aller vers des systèmes de soutenabilité de financement donc de ces agences de bassin. Voilà très rapidement, en fait, en guise de chapeau, un petit peu ce qui nous anime dans cet appui à l'OMVG. Encore merci également à l'OMVG pour nous faire confiance et à la Suisse également pour son appui. Et je laisse donc la parole maintenant au commissaire pour expliquer plus en détail ce qui est fait. Et je m'excuse aussi parce que pour ma part, je vais devoir partir dans quelques minutes. Merci.
Thank you, Christo. And of course, I'd like to give the floor to the High Commissioner.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. Nous allons rapidement procéder à résumer le PDDI de l'OMVG, Plan directeur de développement intégré des bassins des fleuves Gambie, Kayanga, Jeba et Koliba-Kourbal. Vous voyez la situation, ça réunit 4 pays, c'est la Gambie, la Guinée-Bissau et le Sénégal. Cela suivant. Vous avez le sommaire, c'est une introduction, un bref aperçu sur le projet énergie, rappel des étapes suivies, élaboration du PDDI, vision stratégique du PDDI et programme d'action. Allons-y. Suivant. Vous avez aujourd'hui, l'OMVG vient d'achever presque un vaste projet énergie, une composante, c'est l'interconnexion. La carte que vous avez, c'est une ligne d'interconnexion de 1677 km, 225 kV, avec une capacité de transit de 800 MW et 15 ports tous qui relient les 4 pays de l'OMVG. Aujourd'hui, l'échange d'énergie est effectivement effectif au niveau des 4 pays de l'OMVG. C'est déjà un symbole de l'intégration. Et maintenant, autour de ce projet, cette ligne-là, il y a un programme d'électrification rurale qui accompagne cette ligne d'interconnexion. Il y a aussi 36 paires de fibres optiques le long de ces 1677, dont nous avons besoin de 4 paires pour l'exploitation de notre réseau. Le reste va servir au développement des télécoms. Tout ça, c'est des moyens de créer des emplois et d'améliorer les conditions de vie. Donc, à côté de ce projet énergie, donc les gouvernements ont instruit l'OMVG à réfléchir sur d'autres programmes et projets qui puissent permettre d'améliorer les conditions de vie des populations, mais aussi surtout de fixer les populations, de lutter contre l'exode rural et l'immigration clandestine auquel le monde est aujourd'hui confronté. Page suivante. Donc, nous avons, comme on l'a dit, nous avons 3 bassins fluviaux. C'est un peu la différence, la spécificité de l'OMVG. Et généralement, les organismes de bassin, c'est autour d'un bassin fluvial, mais nous avons 3 bassins fluviaux, Kayanga, Jeba, Koliba, Kourbal et la Gambie, qui est le fleuve principal, et 4 pays, et 3 langues de travail. Les superficies, c'est 118 000 km², et la mission, c'est la gestion rationnelle et harmonieuse des ressources en eau des fleuves sous juridiction de l'OMVG. Ça, suivant. On y va. Donc, vous voyez, le plan directeur a été donc conçu et par l'OMVG avec l'accompagnement de la coopération suisse et de l'UNCDF pour pouvoir renforcer la gouvernance de la gestion des ressources en eau au niveau du bassin. Parce qu'il faut reconnaître quand même qu'aujourd'hui, l'OMVS et l'OMVG ont atteint un niveau de gouvernance très fort, très appréciable, mais qu'il faut aussi, qu'il y a ses limites qu'il faut renforcer. Aujourd'hui, nos États ont donc autorisé ces deux organismes, conformément aux résultats atteints, de réfléchir sur des mécanismes de financement qui puissent permettre d'alléger l'assiette d'endettement de nos États. Et c'est pourquoi, au niveau de l'OMVS, l'OMVG, vous avez des sociétés de patrimoine qui gèrent donc les infrastructures que vous avez. Nous avons déjà des infrastructures, il faut les gérer. Et pour bien gérer ces infrastructures, il faut des sociétés de patrimoine donc, qui génèrent des recettes et qui sont chargées du remboursement de la dette de tout ce qui est investissement. Ça allège l'assiette des États et ça assure les bailleurs de fonds pour le remboursement de la dette. C'est pourquoi, que ce soit la SOGEM ou la SOGESAT, ce sont elles qui sont chargées du remboursement de la dette contractée par les États. C'est les États qui ont contracté, hein, mais le remboursement de la dette, c'est les sociétés de patrimoine qui vont le faire. Et c'est pourquoi le plan directeur a été conçu par l'OMVG pour servir de cas d'école pour l'ensemble des autres bassins, organismes de bassin. On peut y aller. Hein. On peut y aller. De rappel des étapes. Donc, pour la mise en œuvre du PDDI, nous avons donc la phase 1, c'est état des lieux et le diagnostic. La phase 2, c'est les schémas sectoriels. Donc, il y a plusieurs secteurs, comme vous le savez. Et la phase 3, c'est l'élaboration de ce schéma. Et nous avons identifié 183 projets qui vont être réalisés à court, moyen et long terme. On y va. Les enjeux transfrontaliers et multiples. Nous avons donc une population en hausse. Nous savons tous que le taux d'accroissement de la population dans nos États est très élevé, ça aussi entre 2 et 3% par an. Donc, nous avons une population en hausse. Nous avons des problèmes d'enclavement et de l'exode rural, comme je le disais. Nous avons une population aussi très jeune. Et nous avons l'agriculture, le climat, donc le changement climatique, les ressources en eau abondantes, les ressources minières conséquentes, un faible accès à l'énergie et de forts enjeux environnementaux. Ce sont les enjeux transfrontaliers du PDDI. On y va. Vision stratégique et architecturale du PDDI, une formulation spécifique, décrire l'état réel, l'état futur des bassins. Ensuite, un calendrier associé et justification et explication de la vision. Inspirer les enjeux. Les grands enjeux transfrontaliers identifiés en phase 1. Donc, la phase 1 a permis d'identifier les enjeux transfrontaliers du PDDI. Les schémas sectoriels et leur axe stratégique. Les priorités et objectifs de base de l'OMVG. Nous avons le recentrage, surtout de la ressource en eau dans l'espace OMVG, les objectifs de développement durable et d'autres enjeux du plan directeur, basés sur les contributions des parties prenantes. Dans l'espace OMVG, espace commun de développement durable par une gestion intégrée des ressources en eau et une protection des écosystèmes associés pour l'amélioration des conditions de vie et de la prospérité des populations à l'horizon 2040. En fait, le plan directeur s'étend jusqu'à l'horizon 2040 sur une période de 20 ans après, ce qui permettra de catégoriser les projets en projets à court terme, moyen terme et à long terme. Présentation du programme d'action. Nous avons une voie, la sécurisation, donc pour l'énergie, on a plus de 1100 gigawattheures. Nous avons la sécurisation pour l'alimentation, nous avons 64 000 hectares prévus. Et alimentation en eau, près de 100% pour 6 millions d'habitants. Réseau de communication avec, comme je vous l'ai dit, le développement des fibres optiques. Et nous avons donc un coût de 7 millions de dollars US. 7 milliards de dollars US. Un plan ambitieux et rationnel par orientation fondamentale. Nous avons donc, comme je vous l'ai dit, on a priorisé les projets en plan d'urgence, ce qui se fait jusqu'à 2035 et de 2035 à 2000. Aujourd'hui, de 2020 à 2030, 2030 à 2035 et de 2035 à 2040. On y va. On y va. Bon, vous savez aussi, le PDDI, il a élaboré, mais il faut qu'il y ait un plan d'investissement conjoint qui l'accompagne. Donc, ce plan a été effectivement élaboré et c'est sa mise en œuvre qui fait l'objet donc des prochaines étapes du PDDI. Et déjà, nous allons organiser une table ronde de bailleurs de fonds au courant du premier trimestre de 2024 pour pouvoir vulgariser le PDDI et mobiliser les ressources nécessaires, ne serait-ce qu'au financement des infrastructures de la première phase. Bon, ce que je l'ai dit, c'est le plan de mise en œuvre, ce que je viens de détailler. Donc, merci pour votre attention. Hein.
Thank you, High Commissioner. And I'd like to give the floor to Tierno Sadou Diallo to give the third presentation. You have the floor.
Thank you. Je vais peut-être parler en français. Bon, bonjour, c'est Tierno Sadou Diallo. Je suis Senior Investment Officer chez UNCDF et la personne aussi qui lead en fait la partie investment, l'implémentation de la partie investissement de l'initiative Blue Peace que vous venez d'entendre parler auprès de l'OMVG. Donc, je vais peut-être plus faire un focus, moi, sur la partie de la structure financière que le Blue Peace présente, pour ne pas me répéter avec déjà les collègues. Donc, je vais en fait aller directement à la page 5, s'il vous plaît, du slide. C'est le suivant. Voilà, là, c'est bon. En fait, je voulais juste m'arrêter sur ce point-là pour souligner en fait l'aspect inclusivité, l'aspect coopération qui est très forte aujourd'hui entre les stakeholders qui sont impliqués dans cette initiative-là, donc notamment le bassin, l'OMVG, l'organisme de bassin, l'OMVG, donc le haut-commissaire vient de présenter un peu ce qui a été fait, mais également la coopération suisse, la SDC, et UNCDF qui est aussi partenaire donc, dans l'implémentation de l'initiative. Donc, pourquoi j'insiste sur ça? C'est parce que, en fait, le succès un peu de cette initiative part de ça. Donc, en 2019, il y a eu un protocole d'accord entre les parties prenantes en 2019 qui en fait, qui donne un mandat donc solide, un poids politique aux partenaires pour aller rechercher en fait des financements innovants, des financements alternatifs pour justement aider en fait l'OMVG, les organismes de bassin à accéder en fait au marché financier. En fait, comme vous le savez tous, l'accès au marché financier pour les organismes de bassin, qui sont des organisations donc non souveraines en fait, dans le sens où elles sont souvent c'est des agences interétatiques. qui sont, dans la plupart du cas, en tout cas dans le cas de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, financés par les États membres. Donc, il y a un fort potentiel, on le sait tous. Le potentiel est énorme en termes d'énergie, en termes d'eau, en termes d'agriculture. Et aussi, l'impact, il est énorme auprès des populations parce que ces bassins sont situés, en fait, dans les zones rurales des différents pays. Donc, c'est on va dire, c'est ce constat-là qui a amené, en fait, la structuration du mécanisme de financement Blue Peace pour faciliter, en fait, l'accès à l'OMVG, au marché des capitaux. Donc, sur ce, je vais passer aussi à l'étape, au slide 9. Après, je reviendrai, pardon, j'inverse un petit peu le slide 9. Le suivant, c'est après celui-ci. Voilà. Je vais, en fait, avant de parler de la structure de financement elle-même, c'est important de souligner, en fait, le portefeuille, le portefeuille de projets qui existe aujourd'hui au sein de l'OMVG. En fait, notamment son aspect multisectoriel, son aspect diversifié en termes de géographie. En fait, comme ça a été dit plus tôt, donc ces 4 pays, ces projets-là sont situés dans l'ensemble des 4 pays qui partagent les ressources en eau du bassin. Donc, vous voyez là, on a un potentiel hydroélectrique qui est très fort, qui a déjà été présenté en partie par le haut-commissaire de l'OMVG, qui expliquait les projets existants. Et il y a aujourd'hui, grâce à l'interconnexion, à la ligne de transmission qui existe, il y a une capacité de 800 MW aujourd'hui qui est utilisable en termes en fait, on peut brancher tout barrage hydroélectrique dans cette ligne de transmission-là pour amener de l'électricité renouvelable, durable aux populations. Et ce qu'on a, l'approche du Blue Peace, c'est d'aller en fait à un portefeuille multisectoriel, c'est-à-dire qu'on ne fait pas qu'un seul bassin, pardon, on ne fait pas qu'un seul barrage hydroélectrique, mais à côté du barrage, on construit en fait une infrastructure d'adduction d'eau pour les communautés qui vivent autour du barrage. On fait des aménagements forestiers pour favoriser le tourisme, l'écotourisme, et protéger en fait les frontières des pays qui sont souvent des frontières boisées, qui sont parfois aujourd'hui victimes de déforestation. Et bien entendu, il y a en fait, il y a toute une étude qui a été faite dans le cadre du Blue Peace, dans le cadre du développement du master plan, du plan directeur qui a été présenté tout à l'heure, sur l'impact de réguler en fait les barrages hydroélectriques afin qu'ils puissent générer en fait du potentiel un potentiel agricole, notamment par l'irrigation, que ce soit en amont et en aval du barrage. Et bien entendu, on n'a pas oublié l'aspect transfrontalier qui est très fort ici dans ce portefeuille. Notamment, on a des marchés historiques qui sont très dynamiques, des marchés municipaux qui sont à cheval entre 2, 3 pays, 4 pays. Et en fait, l'objectif, ces marchés sont déjà dynamiques, ce n'est pas de les recréer, mais c'est plutôt de les outiller par des infrastructures de marché, des capacités de stockage de froid, par exemple, des garvatures plus modernes pour permettre en fait le flux le trafic, en fait, pour dynamiser le trafic au sein de ces marchés-là. Donc, je n'aurai pas la latitude, le temps en fait, de lister tout le potentiel du bassin. Mais donc, je reviens donc à la structure de financement parce que c'était important de comprendre déjà le political buying, le fait qu'il y a un fort partenariat politique qui est là, et aussi le fait qu'on s'appuie sur un portefeuille de projets bancables qui est commerciablement, qui est viable commercialement, qu'on veut présenter au secteur privé. Donc, je reviens, Diane, à la slide 8, s'il te plaît. La précédente. Voilà, celle-ci. Je ne sais pas si vous avez la chance de voir un petit peu. C'est très compliqué parce qu'on essaye toujours de résumer beaucoup de choses en un slide. Mais je vais essayer de résumer rapidement, vu le temps aussi qui m'est consacré. En fait, donc l'objectif de la structure de financement, c'est de porter ces projets dont je viens de parler en fait, au marché financier. Notamment, donc, la structure de financement, c'est une structure qui est construite autour du blended finance, c'est-à-dire qu'on a fait un mixte de plusieurs sources de financement. Donc, l'objectif final, c'est d'émettre un bon, une obligation non souveraine qui sera portée au niveau de l'OMVG par une société de gestion, une SPV, qui va émettre l'obligation. Mais en fait, pour rendre cette obligation-là possible et de la rendre au moins digérable par le marché des capitaux, donc ce qu'on a fait, donc on a les cash flows en fait de base qui vont servir à rembourser l'investissement, le financement. Ça va être les cash flows des projets dont j'ai parlé précédemment, notamment des projets des cash flows de barrages hydroélectriques dont l'EMVG a un fort potentiel. On a déjà des actifs qui ont déjà des études de faisabilité finies. Il y en a qui ont des études de faisabilité en cours. Donc, l'objectif, c'est de back-up le paiement des intérêts et du capital du bon par ces cash flows-là. À côté de ça, bien sûr, on a pensé à la garantie aussi parce qu'on parle ici de bons, d'une obligation non souveraine qui va demander que les investisseurs vont nécessairement exiger une garantie en cas de défaut de paiement potentiel dans la structure. Donc, comme ça a été dit, on est en négociation avec l'Union européenne sur le IFSD+, pour essayer de profiter de cette garantie-là pour que l'obligation puisse en bénéficier. Un autre aspect, sur l'aspect source de financement, c'est aussi le fait qu'il y a des subventions qui sont accordées, notamment via la SDC. On a eu un financement pour accompagner en fait les études de faisabilité, rendre les projets matures. Notamment, on a un projet qui s'appelle Fellosunga qu'on finance en ce moment pour l'apporter à une phase d'investment readiness plus poussée. Donc, en bleu, rapidement, vous voyez là, c'est tout le mécanisme. Hein. L'OMVG, c'est un système, comme ça a été présenté, qui est assez complexe. Donc, il y a un mécanisme de mandat qui va des États, qui mandate le Haut Commissariat et via le Conseil des ministres. Et jusqu'au niveau on a à toutes les parties, à toutes les étapes, on a demandé l'avis du Conseil des ministres de l'OMVG. Le Haut Commissariat porte le projet très haut jusqu'au niveau donc des États centraux auprès des ministères des Finances, parce qu'on parle de financement pour qu'ils soient au courant et qu'ils puissent donner leur accord. Donc, il y a aussi l'aspect donc porter le projet au marché financier. Je peux aujourd'hui vous dire on a un lead arrangeur, donc la banque qui va accompagner en fait la structuration de la transaction pour porter en fait ce projet-là aux investisseurs de manière concrète en fait. Donc, je sais que le temps est imparti, on pourrait aller plus en détail, mais je vais m'arrêter là. Donc, ravi s'il y a toute question éventuellement. Merci.
Thank you, and thank you that you're aware that we're running a bit late. So therefore, I suggest that we skip the question at this moment. During the marketplace, there is plenty of opportunity to ask the questions. So I like to proceed with the next round of presenters. And then I invite, let me see, now use my glasses. I invite Richard Fitton to come sit behind the table. We have Delia Sanchez from the OECD who's joined us online, and Vahagan Tonoyan from Armenia. Also, I invite him to join us. Okay, Richard, tell me when you're ready. I give you the floor. You're almost there? Okay, so I'd like to invite Richard Fitten, Director of Finance Earth, to tell us something about enabling investment in nature-based solutions and experience sharing from Finance Earth. Richard, you have the floor.
Thanks, Niels. Hi, everybody. My name is Richard Fitten. I'm a director at Finance Earth. I imagine not many of you know who we are. So if we just go to the next slide, please. Just a very brief overview. So we're a social enterprise based in the UK. We're a financial advisor focused entirely on raising investment into nature-based solutions. The social enterprise means we're a mission-driven organization, so a for-profit but mission-driven. And our mission is to mobilize more private investment specifically into the natural world, into climate change mitigation, adaptation, and the reversal of biodiversity loss. We're about 40 people now, most of us based out of London, and our core advisory business is really advising environmental NGOs, really, and helping them to raise investment to scale their nature restoration activities. A lot of the work we do is to create funds, so funding solutions to get to the level at which we can attract institutional capital. And we have about 50 million sterling under management at the moment, so $60 million under management at the moment, currently fundraising for a $500 million fund to invest into nature-based solutions in the UK. We also increasingly find ourselves advising governments, policymakers around these emerging natural capital ecosystem service markets, and helping them to understand where the barriers to investment and scale are and how policy can play a role in removing some of those barriers and helping these markets to grow in a high quality, high integrity way. Next slide, please. So our whole theory of change is really that there's a huge amount of investment needed both for climate change mitigation, adaptation, and reversal of biodiversity loss. A report last year from the UNEP identified a $230 billion annual funding gap to achieve, to limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees and to halt biodiversity loss. So our starting position is really, this gap's huge. The public sector is not going to cover it. Philanthropy isn't going to cover it. So we need private sector investment to come in and fill that gap. And the only way to do that is to really develop commercially attractive business models. So that's what we do on a day-to-day basis. Next slide, please. Just very, very quickly in terms of how we look at the world. So how do we raise investment into nature? So our fundamental challenge and what we do day to day is to try and create revenue streams from projects. And there's a number of ways you can create revenue streams from projects, but that's the key. So we need to be able to create these long-term revenue streams so then we can repay that upfront finance needed and create those commercially attractive business models. And the main ways we do that are with these emerging ecosystem service markets, so selling carbon credits, biodiversity credits, water credits, nutrient credits, but also we can also tap into cost savings, which is a really important element as well. So saving in water treatment costs, saving in expenditure on more traditional forms of infrastructure, and also another form of generating revenue is more relevant for the public sector is to create taxes and tariffs and repay investment that way. Next slide, please. I'm running through this very quickly because there's a lot to cover, but hopefully we can get into the detail in the Q&A if we have time. So again, this is just to show you how we look at the world as well in terms of how do we get to the top right of this diagram, which is really supposed to show the development journey for every single ecosystem service market. And the top right is where you can start to attract meaningful amounts of private sector investment. Every single ecosystem service market, from carbon credits to nutrient credits to water quality credits, need to go through this journey. And the first stage is really about proving the technical case. There's a few taps on this slide, I'm afraid. There's a bit of, thank you. Brilliant. And that's it, brilliant, thank you. So the first stage is really evidencing the outcomes. So we've plotted on this graph where different ecosystem service markets currently are. This is a little bit subjective, but it gives you an overview of their development potential. So at the right at the start of the journey is we've got natural flood management there. That's still evidencing outcomes. Once you've got the science there, you can then begin to understand how you can create cash flows and monetize those outcomes. That's where you can start to create standards and codes and technical approaches to support the transaction in things like credits. Once they've been through the monetization stage, you can then get to the position where you can start to create investment ready opportunities and investable projects. So that's modeling out revenue streams from the sale of credits, plugging that into a model with lifetime costs for managing projects. And if you keep out of that, you can generate a return on investment. Then you've got the potential to move to the next stage, which is, we've called it Pathfinder funding. And it's at this stage where on paper, you might be able to generate a return on investment, but most private sector investments will be quite hesitant and nervous about investing in very early stages. So that's where the public sector and other not-for-profit institutions have a massive role to play in crowding in private investment by taking a bit more risk than those private sector investors. And then finally, you get to the mainstream asset class at the top right, which is probably where carbon credits are effectively have reached. But not many other ecosystem service markets have got there. So we spend a lot of our time trying to move these individual ecosystem service markets along and up this development curve to build confidence in cash flows and ultimately attract investment at scale. Next slide, please. So the reason I'm here, one of the pieces of work we did last year was for the World Water Council, where we looked at what are the successful models for investing in nature-based solutions, specifically for achieving water security outcomes. So by water security, I mean either the supply of water, cleaning water, or natural flood management. And we looked around the world and we prepared a report, and we found examples where that investment has been successfully raised. That report was presented at the World Water Forum this year in Dakar by our partners, the Nature Conservancy, who we were working with. Just very quickly, and we can dive into the detail on any of these afterwards. But the first one was an environmental impact bond raised to fund sustainable drainage systems in Washington, D.C., SUDS. So sustainable drainage systems, for those who don't know, essentially these were strategically placed rain gardens across the city to essentially slow the flow of water to reduce the risk of sewer overflows, which were costing the water company, DC Water, a lot of money. The mechanism is actually very, very replicable and scalable. It's not so much a bond, although it's called an impact bond, but it's more of a risk transfer mechanism. It was 25 million was raised by Calvert Foundation and of all people, Goldman Sachs. That was back in 2016, and in 2021, the results were out, and it turns out that those SUDs worked, and those investors got a return on investment, which was generated from the savings that DC Water were able to access from reduced water treatment costs. They didn't have to deal with so many sewer overflows, and they also were able to avoid the cost of traditional infrastructure. The alternative was essentially spending significantly higher amounts on expanding the sewers. The second example is the Forest Resilience Bond, which was raised in a $4 million bond raised in 2015 to fund forestry management and afforestation in California by the Blue Forest Conservation. And again, this was raised from impact investors and commercial investors as well, with the revenue generated from essentially, cost savings from the government agencies responsible for treating water and for preventing fires. The interventions significantly reduced the risk of doing that, and those agencies agreed to share in that cost saving, and that share in the cost saving was used to repay the bond. The third example is a water fund. Now, the Nature Conservancy have set up a lot of water funds around the world. This one example is from Nairobi. And essentially what this is a governance mechanism, really, to allow downstream beneficiaries, downstream users of water, to pay for upstream interventions to ensure the supply of quality water. So again, a very scalable mechanism, relevant for transboundary, and I think there have been potentially some transboundary examples of these water funds as well. The fourth example is managed aquifer recharge. So this is a fund called the Sustainable Water Impact Fund, raised in 2020. They raised, it's a collaboration between a private equity group, RRC, and again, the Nature Conservancy. They raised almost $1 billion, and part of what they're investing in is land and water-based assets and replenishing aquifers. And the revenue stream is, well, one of the revenue streams they're looking at is around the sale of water rights. So that's to agricultural users of water or industrial users of water within essentially a compliance market for water in the US. The fifth example is wetland creation. So this is a mitigation bank. The US, again, has the most established markets for mitigation banking. This example was the creation of a wetland in California. It's California's largest habitat bank. And the $20 million was raised, and that money was repaid back out of the sale of mitigation credits. So that wetland was creating a lot of these mitigation benefits that are sold in the compliance market in the US to developers looking to develop over habitats elsewhere. And the final example is an example of a publicly issued green bond. So the Netherlands issued a very large green bond back in 2019, but they allocated about $2 billion worth of that green bond proceeds to go into sustainable water management and climate change adaptation, including nature-based solutions. And effectively, the repayment of this green bond is made out of the savings from not having to deal with flooding. But also on the back of that would have been a detailed technical analysis of the benefits of those nature-based solution interventions. So this is the last slide, and this is just some broader conclusions we pulled out of our work. So I guess one of the key difference between when we're looking at nature-based solutions, or green infrastructure, some call it, and traditional forms of infrastructure, is by their nature, they're very different. So nature-based solutions tend to be smaller scale, distributed, whereas traditional infrastructure tends to be larger scale and more expensive on a single site. So I wouldn't say that nature-based solutions are directly competitive with traditional infrastructure. In many cases, in most cases, they won't be able to replace them. But what they can do is reduce the amount you need to spend on traditional infrastructure and reduce the strain on them as well. They can also generate multiple revenue streams and increasing amounts of revenue streams. So the biggest ecosystem service market in town, again, is carbon, but actually these more water-based markets are emerging. Take a bit more work to put together, but actually there's more and more opportunities for what we call payments for ecosystem services. But then a lot of that comes down to being able to prove the technical case for that. And then I guess just final point really, and this one is more relevant for how do we scale these markets and more relevant for public sector and not-for-profit institutions. Two of the key tools in the toolkit for making sure these markets can grow and we can access private investment are, first of all, investment readiness funding. So all of those examples on the previous slide, they took a lot of work, a lot of technical work, a lot of financial advisory work. We need more funding for those intermediaries. And yes, this is quite a selfish plea for funding because we are benefiting from that. But these things do need work to put them together. And we call it investment readiness or technical assistance, but we need more of those facilities and more things like accelerators to develop the business models. And the second and final point that public sector funders can do is around providing blended finance. So the two main forms of blended finance that we work with are concessionary capital. So essentially accepting a lower than market rate return on investment that can help to crowd in more mainstream investors. And the second sort of option there is first loss capital. So first loss essentially takes a greater amount of risk than other investors. So if everything goes wrong, then that capital is essentially used up first, takes a greater amount of risk than other investors. And that can also help to crowd in private sector investors into very nascent sectors like nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And now I'd like to turn to our next presenter. It's Delia Sanchez from the OECD, who will tell us something about what are the required enabling conditions to attract investment in water security. Delia, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. I know that you need to run for lunch, so I will be very brief. And if you need more information, do not hesitate to join the marketplace this afternoon online. So the other speaker has already set the scene. And at the OECD, we have been hearing about there is a lot of risk when you want to attract the private investment. We have, for example, here, the legal setup, the water availability, user conflicts. So at the OECD, we were working on this, and we realized that there was not yet, a reference of what are all, these conditions that need to be in place to attract investment. So could you please jump to a slide? I will be very quick. This one, please jump. The next one. Exactly, this one. So when we start to do this research, we realized that the conditions that need to be in place to attract investment from public, but also from the public, private and public, are four. I will not go into the details, but we discussed, for example, this morning about, the country's, reputation. So, for example, this is the first one, investment policy framework. How attractive is your country in general for investment? Here we cover, public governance, corporate governance, domestic finance. It's true that this is outside or, our water sphere, but has an impact on how much you can attract and how good you can use the funding that is available. The other dimension is the water policy framework. This is what we are all more used to, and this one covers one element of transboundary water. So actually, this looks at how much our water sectors, so water supply and sanitation, water resource management, irrigation, hydropower, attractive compared to the other sectors, and are they able to make the case for investment, discover policy, regulation, and many other things. The third element we realize, and we have been discussing, especially from the private sector, is about projects. These projects have to be bankable, they have to be attractive, they have to make the case to show our revenue and low risks. Also, at the OECD, we think it's not only about attracting money, but it's about ensuring water security. So we look also into social and environmental risks, and to be sure that the framework, the protocols are there to ensure sustainability. And the final one is we have been discussing how other economic sectors, how other corporates, agriculture, industry affect the water resource, are they contributing or no? And this covers many things: water security, insurance, disclosure elements. Of these four elements, these dimensions, only one is specific to water, the water policy framework. However, as water, expert, decision maker, however you want to call yourself, can influence the others and make the case to be able to attract investment. So could we just jump to the next? So at the OECD, we developed a tool that has been able, and thanks to the collaboration with ADB that I know is in the room, to pilot test in 7 Asian countries, and we are now starting in Eastern European. And the tool has been able to prove that this result, this analysis, helps to optimize the use of existing funds. By knowing what are the barriers at national level, we can be able to collaborate and be more effective thanks to a comprehensive analysis. Also, the tool provides a benchmark. Here is one figure, classic of the analysis, and tells you how your country, sits and compared to others in different indicators. Of course, because it's a figure, a number, it allows you to track progress. Okay, let's imagine we put a policy reform. How efficient has been this policy to be able to attract more investment, to improve the conditions for this investment? Of course, what we have also here as feedback is that it is particularly interesting to design specific policies and regulation changes at national level, but not only that specific reform, but all the conditions that need to be in place around it to be able to attract investment. So, for example, when MFIs give funding to a government, or it can be a basin authority, what else needs to be in place if we want to be sure this happens? And finally, feedback we receive is that already by knowing what risks are there, not only focus on the project, but overall, having the regulatory, the legal, the economic instruments, the economic regulation, by knowing all the risks as an investor that you are confronted, knowing already reduce this risk somehow, because you will have less surprises in the future. I will just jump the rest of the slides and give the floor to my colleague, Vagen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delia, and indeed, you have the floor, sir.
Tested this approach, the scorecard on Armenia. It took 3-4 months for us to test it. And next slide, please. We got some very positive feedback from our beneficiaries, from our key stakeholders. This was the Ministry of Environment, Water Committee, Finance, Economy, and also the National Regulator, Public Services Regulatory Commission. What they liked about this tour and its practical application, that it provided a very comprehensive overview on what are the current barriers and also opportunities to attract and maintain both private and public investment in water security of Armenia. The assessment also carried out some specific country-specific recommendations covering the high-level aspects, but also some technical specific details. And it also promoted, it helped to government to support, to initiate policy reforms based on realistic evidence-based assessment of the scorecard with active engagement of the stakeholders. Already in July and October, we had 2 big workshops, technical workshop, where we discussed the technical results and also fine-tuned the main recommendations of this scorecard. And also on in addition to all this, these tools also help us to bridge what are the current data gaps and also advocated for, again, accessibility or availability, public and private data. So the 3 main high-level priorities that were identified, the big barriers, was the barriers were the absence of a comprehensive water security strategy in Armenia. I mean, we have numerous challenges in Armenia in terms of water availability, high baseline water stress, seasonal temporal imbalances, competing water uses, depletion of groundwater resources. Also, like 30% of surface water quality, all surface water bodies are identified at risk due to water quality, global climate changes, adding another layer of complexity. So all these challenges outline the need to urgently develop a comprehensive water security strategy. Another barrier was the lack of formally adopted detailed investment plans for the sectors, drinking water, sanitation, and irrigation sectors, because we do have some aspects of strategies, but there is still need to outline clear strategies with goals and timelines. And I think also with sectoral investment plans, because it would help to reduce uncertainties and risks associated with investment. Otherwise, the private sector would be hesitant or unwilling to make such investments. And another specificity for Armenia was the need to regulate the 20% of the population that is currently not supplied by the unified operator. Next slide, please. And I will tell you about this in this slide. So over the last 2 decades in water supply and sanitation sector, Armenia tried different models, management contracts, lease contracts, and they finally decided that this lease contract is the best option. They gave a contract to Veolia to serve 80% of the population. But we have about 579 settlements, or about 20% of population that is outside of the service area of Veolia, and they are called self-supplied communities, meaning that water supply services are carried out without specialized professional organizations. The service delivery indicators are largely absent. And in many cases, we see that construction of centralized wastewater systems does not create economy of scale, and it's not viable, and some individual solutions might be required. So within this scorecard, to address this barrier, we conducted assessment and provided 3 options for the government to consider. The first one is establishment of inter-community union. The second one is establishment of a large regional water supply and sanitation operator, which would be the second operator in addition to Veolia in Armenia. And thirdly, including these all communities, self-supplied communities, in the next contract, which is expected to happen in 2031, under a unified operator. And next slide, I will give floor again to Delia. Just this is our concluding slide.
Thank you, Delia.
we don't have time, but it's the question that I hope you join me this afternoon in the marketplace, and we can discuss how enabling conditions we can identify a specific transboundary to attract private and public.
Thanks. I'd like to open the floor quickly for some questions. One or two. I see I have one online question. Sonia, could you read it out, please?
This question is actually addressed to OMVG. Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Pourriez-vous, s'il vous plaît, donner plus d'informations sur la mise en place de la société de patrimoine, sur le soutien reçu, le cadre légal et régulatoire, le temps de mise en place, différentes phases. Ce modèle semble très pertinent pour des bassins dans des conditions similaires, dans des pays avec un grand taux d'endettement. So they want to know more information about this société de patrimoine.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Comme je le disais tantôt lors de mon exposé, l'OMVG, donc, à la phase de la gestion des infrastructures, elle a déjà réalisé, notamment dans le cadre du projet énergie. Je vous ai présenté tout à l'heure la ligne d'interconnexion de 1677 km et 15 postes sources. En plus de ça, nous avons lancé depuis septembre 2022 les travaux de réalisation de l'aménagement hydroélectrique de Sambagalou pour 128 MW et qui est en cours. Donc, l'énergie va être injectée sur cette ligne d'interconnexion. Maintenant, c'est un niveau d'avancement. Il faut maintenant, les États ont donc décidé, le Conseil des ministres et la conférence des chefs d'État, d'améliorer la gouvernance de ces organes. C'est pourquoi en 2016, la conférence des chefs d'État a créé la société de gestion de l'énergie de Sambagalou et du réseau de transport. Donc, cette société est créée. Sa mise en place est sur le chemin critique. Et c'est pourquoi la prochaine conférence qui est prévue en janvier des chefs d'État va désigner les pays qui vont nommer le président du conseil d'administration, le directeur général et le directeur général adjoint de la société pour qu'elle prenne forme et s'asseye pour gérer les installations, les ouvrages. Actuellement, les ouvrages sont gérés, l'interconnexion est gérée par des exploitants temporaires que sont la Sénélec et EDG pour exploiter le réseau. Déjà, l'échange d'énergie est effectif entre la Gambie et le Sénégal depuis 2022. Et actuellement, entre la Guinée et la Guinée-Bissau, c'est effectif. Donc, l'ensemble du système fonctionne. Mais il faut une société de patrimoine qui sera chargée, qui aura en charge, va gérer les installations et va être chargée du remboursement de la dette. Une fois que les installations, les coûts d'investissement sont amortis, les recettes qu'elles font reviendront aux États et à la société de patrimoine. Donc, cette société, elle doit être mise en place. Monsieur le directeur de la planification des ressources en eau hier en a fait allusion pour l'OMVS, la société de l'énergie de Manantali, Sogem, à Bamako, la société de gestion du barrage de Yogama et la société chargée de la navigation. Donc, chaque fois qu'on réalise des installations, on crée une structure. Et notamment aussi dans le cadre du projet énergie, les ouvrages de deuxième génération. Et le premier ouvrage qui fait partie du PDDI, c'est le barrage de Saltigno, qui est en Guinée-Bissau et qui va être réalisé et l'énergie va être injectée. Donc, nous sommes dans ce processus. Ces sociétés de patrimoine allègent pour mandat de garantir le remboursement de la dette et alléger l'assiette d'endettement des États membres et améliorer la gouvernance. Et c'est pourquoi le PDDI il est prévu Parce que l'importance, le directeur l'a dit hier, ce qui fait que l'OMVS et l'OMVG constituent des gages de stabilité, c'est surtout, en plus, c'est l'arsenal juridique qui accompagne ces structures. Et il est prévu dans le PDDI la refonte de tous les textes juridiques de l'OMVG pour les adapter au nouveau contexte de la gestion des ouvrages transfrontaliers, des bassins transfrontaliers. Voilà un peu ce qu'on peut ajouter. En tout cas, nous sommes disposés à répondre à toutes les préoccupations des autres organes de bassin pour notre expérience. Et je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fonfana, the High Commissioner of the OMVG. And with that, I would like to close the first part of session 4. And I invite Arnaud from the European Commission to come to take over the moderation from me.
Bonjour à tous. On demande tous les panélistes qui vont intervenir si vous pouvez vous joindre à nous. Ok, donc nous allons commencer. Alors on est un petit peu en retard, donc on va essayer d'être efficace. Voilà, donc on a bonjour à tous à nouveau. On va avoir ce dernier panel de la matinée avec un certain nombre de partenaires qui ne sont pas des partenaires usuels, on va dire, pour les organisations de bassin. Et on va essayer d'apprendre à se connaître mutuellement, à comprendre voilà, un peu plus qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour nous, qu'est-ce qu'il faut qu'on fasse, comment est-ce qu'on peut se professionnaliser, comment est-ce qu'on peut améliorer la façon dont on présente nos projets, qu'est-ce qu'on doit mettre dedans pour que ça puisse vraiment répondre aux attentes. Et puis ensuite, quelles sont aussi les offres qui peuvent être, quels sont les partenariats qui peuvent être développés dans ce cadre-là avec d'autres partenaires que ceux qu'on a de façon plus traditionnelle. Voilà, donc on va tout de suite commencer la discussion. Et nous allons commencer avec Madame Jessica Smith, qui travaille pour l'initiative sur la finance du programme des Nations Unies pour l'environnement. Elle travaille dans l'équipe qui s'occupe de la nature et elle promeut un leadership sur la nature, basé aussi sur les solutions basées sur la nature, quoi, qui sont aussi extrêmement importantes. Et en travaillant notamment avec les industries de la banque, de l'assurance et de l'investissement. Donc, Jessica, on va vous écouter. Donc, quels sont un peu pour vous les instruments qui existent pour la finance durable pour pouvoir mobiliser le capital privé pour la coopération transfrontalière notamment? Et est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner quelques exemples et nous éclairer un peu sur comment est-ce qu'on peut avancer là-dessus? Merci.
Merci. So first of all, just one slide here is Unipify works with banks, insurers, and investors. And we have built out a theme around what each of these industries can do. And we run industry platforms. For example, our Principles for Responsible Banking has more than 300 banks representing half the world's banking assets as participants, and a similar proportion from the insurance industry. We also work with the front end of the 5,000 Principles for Responsible Investment signatories who are interested in leading on sustainability for nature topics. So we're really talking about the mainstream financial sector that we work with, whereas I think the presentation earlier from Richard was maybe more on impact investors and other types of actors in the investment space. So within this, we have a very strong marine theme, the Sustainable Blue Economy Finance Initiative and Principles, and we're now just currently building out the freshwater theme alongside that. And there's so many products. Effectively, most financial products can be given a particular theme. So many products are agnostic of a theme. And as the graph that Richard showed earlier was great in terms of the capital continuum for investing in nature-based solutions. So moving along from smaller enterprises to getting to a commercial return at a higher scale. And I can just mention some of the products. We don't have to go in detail of all of them, but each year we kick off the year with what we call new green shoots. So it's a review of the market for our members, and that covers both trends in use of products for nature, including freshwater, as well as trending investment themes. So that will be on the 30th of January next year, and we'll put out some thought leadership on that as well. So I'll start first of all with one product that is not sufficiently used for freshwater, and that's actually off balance sheet finance or project finance. So I noted this morning the Swedish bank SEB mentioned they're a signatory of the Equator Principles. That type of finance is one that relies on a syndicate who receive revenue back, and it's not necessarily fixed income. It really depends on the revenue flows. And that's actually a good financial mechanism in emerging markets where you don't necessarily have the same initial capital. Then there's also pooled investment vehicles that aggregate capital across multiple investors. Loans. Loans are good in the sense that they can be fixed income. So it's very assuring for the lender and a traditional type of product that can be, colored with a theme like freshwater or nature-based solutions fairly easily. Risk mitigation instruments. When we think about financing for water, it's not only, looking for investments in positive solutions, but also avoiding harm to freshwater systems. So thinking about that as an angle. And in terms of the blended finance instruments, Richard also spoke about, credit guarantees and de-risking mechanisms. So there's others that are, I thought Richard did a great job outlining them, but we have a number of case studies that we've published recently. So if you go to the Unipify website, we've documented where particularly banks have made investments in the water space. And then the blue bond guidance that we published with the International Finance Corporation, International Capital Markets Association, and others recently is mainly for marine related investments, but also quite useful for freshwater. And we'll be working towards having more guidance for themed bonds specifically. So in sum, there is, a huge wealth of possible products and instruments that can be used for freshwater, some that already have a track record and examples, and others which, you know, are simply out there that can be used. I think the revenue streams point that Richard made was very important earlier, and the importance of de-risking, particularly at the earliest stages. So just to say, there's some great case studies and materials out there that that are publicly available, and we look forward to, you know, continuing our work on this theme. So, merci.
Thank you very much, Jessica. So I would have a follow-up question for you. 2 minutes. So how do you see that transboundary cooperation can de-risk an investment or improve the way an investment can be done? Why transboundary cooperation can unlock something happening?
Right. Well, actually, I dialed into the opening of this, and I thought the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNECE yesterday made some great points on this in terms of reassuring investors. But I think very practically, I'll give the example of the Okavango, where I used to work in Botswana, based in Maun, doing the Okavango Delta Management Plan implementation. And all of the water starts in Angola, it travels through Namibia, and then it flows into Botswana. And, you know, effectively all the water related economic activities, you know, are very vulnerable to changes that happen upstream in Angola and Namibia. So as an investor, I would certainly be looking for, you know, for example, have there been previous conflicts that were successfully managed? Is planning respected? Has climate change scenarios been considered in the types of development activities undertaken? Is there a track record of peace and cooperation? Have there been previous projects undertaken? So I would be looking as an investor to that kind of cooperation, to know that it's already in place, to be able to move into that space. So one of the main activities of the financial sector is pricing risk. And if something is seen as very risky, it's likely to need a much higher return to be viable. And the activities that are going at that much higher return are probably not sustainable activities. So creating the governance circumstances also means you're going to be getting better rates and having more aligned expectations with your investors of what's possible.
Thank you very much, Jessica. I think it's perfect transition with the next speakers. We do understand that we need to be very good professionals with high quality projects coming on board. Otherwise, this will never make the case for an investor. So Hans Rüdi-Mosger, you are the head asset management and sustainable finance at the Swiss Bankers Association. It's great to have you here today. So you work since a long time on sustainable finance management. You even participated to COPs on climate in the negotiating team for the Swiss. So you must have a lot of experience to share with us on sustainable finance. And so we would like to understand from you, what are the different categories of factors that I would be likely to invest in water projects at national or at regional level?
Thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor to be here. And as you can have heard, I have different hats on as an investor, as a member of a negotiation delegation, more on climate side, but there's a lot of overlap. And so looking into the topic very much. Mobilizing private capital is kind of a delicate affair because needs and demands have to be met. And Jessica has mentioned what are things that can go wrong or should be fulfilled in order to make it happen. And we have to make it happen not at the one project scale, but at big scale. We did that's more climate finance, a calculation. What would be a fair part for the Swiss financial market to finance climate mitigation on a worldwide scale? And we came to an amount that is very reasonable of 10 to 15 billion Swiss francs or US dollars per annum. And that has to be kind of reinvested every year. So we end up with a significant amount. if you compare that to what is actually going on, and there are many good examples, that's just way too little. So we have to think about what can we do in order to change that. And the good news is the private capital is there. Why is it not invested? Because there are just not enough opportunities currently around that meet the criteria, among others, that Jessica just mentioned. Or I take always the same example. Why is it that the wind park in the North Sea is oversubscribed and in other parts of the world it does not get funded? Simply put, it's risk and it's perceived counterparty risk, or a lack of a track record, of a positive track record that investments are being then kind of delivered to the investor. So when we talk about this larger scale, what you want to attract is not the kind of impact investor that wants to do good with a small amount of money. You want to attract the disciplined, professional, long-term oriented investor rather than the opportunistic investor. You want to attract the disciplined investment process that wants to build up exposure over time as part of a strategic asset allocation decision. He wants to be invested because these are good returns, they are decorrelated, and they can be so they improve the risk-return profile of his overall investment program, and they can be reinvested. So as I mentioned, the key point is always counterparty risk and time horizon. And you have certainly heard about all those mechanisms in blended finance that are being used. They should be used, but they should be used in an intelligent way so that the use of public capital can be maximized. When we look at those ratios between capital and private capital in the existing instruments, that's way the importance of the public capital is way too high to achieve the kind of scale that we need. And the other important point is for that scale to be reached and those investors that I've mentioned that should be attracted, things have to be standardized. That means we need platforms. They have to be scalable. I think we have heard that word before. And they have to be repeatable. So that's kind of where we have to work on, bringing together investors, projects, and then enablers such as the multilateral development banks or other institutions, World Bank, you know all of them probably better than I do. And to a certain extent also what Jessica mentioned, diplomacy, politics, to make it happen and to make it clear that investing is not sending money from A to B. Investing is sending money into a circular thing that can be reinvested. So you use the same money several times. That's kind of the beauty of investing, also for those who then use the money. Probably already too long for the thing, but...
C'était 5 minutes, donc on a encore le droit à 1 ou 2 minutes de plus. Alors, peut-être pour compléter, alors vous dites que il faut pas que le risque est un élément extrêmement important et la qualité des projets. Pourtant, dans l'eau, on a des assets qui sont là. Les gens auront toujours besoin de cette ressource, elle sera toujours stratégique. On a des infrastructures qui peuvent être des garanties très importantes pour les investisseurs. On a un retour en termes d'impact qui est très, comment dire, social et environnemental et climatique qui est très positif. Pourquoi ça n'intéresse pas plus les investisseurs? Est-ce que c'est un manque de projets qualitatifs en termes de qualité des projets? Est-ce que c'est un problème de professionnalisme de l'offre qui est mise sur la table? Quel est le problème qui bloque ces projets?
Well, as I mentioned, investors are looking for more or less standardized solutions, also in terms of risk. And this is the so-called notion of investment grade. A lot of investors, especially institutional large scale investors, have a relatively high tolerance of investments when it fulfills that criteria of investment grade. That's a kind of minimum criteria. As soon as it falls below, they would kind of be much more careful if they even are allowed to do that. And the amounts they've put in are going to be much less. So the problem is when you have one of those credit ratings in an area that has, let's say, political stability issues or something like that, that automatically any investment falls below that investment grade, independently of what the quality, the underlying quality is. So that's why it is so important to address this kind of notion of investment grade or investability for large-scale investors.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question. So we need to work at the country level also quite a lot on the reform agenda and for the sustainable finance. So now we are going to move with the Mrs. Cheryl X, pardon, avec Madame Cheryl X, je vais revenir au français, voilà, qui travaille au sein du CEO Water Mandate. Je ne sais pas comment traduire ça en français. Et elle est dans le lead pour tout ce qui est l'innovation et les stratégies d'investissement sur de la coalition sur l'eau résiliente et le programme Wash for Work. Et donc, elle a travaillé aussi en amont pendant plusieurs années pour le Toilet Board Coalition. Et dans ce cadre-là, elle a énormément travaillé sur l'économie des toilettes. Je ne sais pas si c'est un travail qui vous est familier, mais c'est un travail extraordinaire qui a été fait pour mieux comprendre quelles sont notamment les opportunités économiques que peuvent donner l'assainissement. Et donc maintenant, elle travaille donc, au niveau de ce CEO, Water Mandate, et elle va nous parler de comment les compagnies peuvent améliorer et développer leurs investissements avec le secteur privé dans l'eau. Cheryl, le floor is yours. Oui, oui.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to join this discussion and have the opportunity to join this discussion via video. To introduce myself, I'm Cheryl Hicks, and I am a senior advisor to the CEO Water Mandate. And the CEO Water Mandate is the water initiative of the United Nations Global Compact. The Global Compact, of course, is the largest corporate sustainability initiative, and the CEO Water Mandate works with companies on water stewardship. The Water Resilience Coalition and our financing strategy, which I'll talk about today, is a leadership initiative of the CEO Water Mandate, where CEOs have come together to work together on shared water challenges at the water basin level. And the strategy of financing for this initiative really came about in looking at how companies had been investing in water up till now. And of course, companies are investing in water efficiency and innovations for their own operations. However, when they were going outside of their company's fences, they were often investing alongside partners through their philanthropic foundations. And so in reflecting on the history that we've seen in the last 10 years of climate finance and the way that we've been able to increase private sector investments in climate solutions was through the capital markets. And so we also wanted to look at how we could apply this strategy for water. And that has brought us to the Water Resilience Coalition investment portfolio strategy, which is where companies are committing to invest together via capital market mechanisms to their shared water challenges at the basin levels. And at the basin level, the goal is to achieve net positive water impact in 100 of the most water-stressed basins. And on this next slide, you can see that together with our partners, global water stewardship partners, this year and launched at the UN Water Conference, we've been able to identify 100 of the most water-stressed basins where these companies will work together to invest in solutions for net positive water impact. And so in terms of the investment strategy, we have identified a pipeline of investable opportunities for companies to invest together that will help to achieve those goals at the basin level. And we selected 3 different themes that are cross-cutting across these 100 basins, but of course there will be individual basin level investments as well. And so the 3 themes that we are focusing on for this strategy are water sanitation and hygiene access. And the companies of this initiative have made their first collective investment into microfinance this year. Also, water and climate infrastructure, and with a particular focus on wastewater reuse infrastructure. And this is, of course, a strategy that will require blended finance as well, and close cooperation between the private sector and public sectors when working on financing solutions at the local basin level. And nature-based solutions, really how to increase the resiliency of that water table through nature-based solutions investments. And so the Water Resilience Coalition and our partners have developed an investment pipeline. We're working together with investment managers to bring these investment opportunities to companies to increase their investments in water and to meet these goals of net positive water impact at the basin level. We're also working with investment managers and other multilateral partners to develop mechanisms that will specifically target our shared water challenges at the basin level, where companies can invest via the capital markets in water. And I'll close just by saying that in just launching this strategy this year and deploying the first investments, collective investments from companies, we've seen that companies have been able to increase their investments quite significantly, in some cases by 10x, compared to what they would have been able to invest in philanthropy. And I think this mirrors what we've seen in climate finance and what we were hoping to see as a strategy for increasing private sector investments in water. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. Can we ask a follow-up question online? Or? No, it's okay. Yes. Okay. So we move now to the next speaker pour la prochaine intervention. Donc, Madame Myriam Denis-Lesève, vous êtes senior manager à CDP en charge de la sécurité de l'eau. Dans ce cadre-là, depuis quelques années, la CDP a encouragé le reporting des entreprises et avec la divulgation de l'information sur leurs risques, notamment liés à l'accès à l'eau. Pardon, l'utilisation de l'eau que ces entreprises font. Donc, quels sont les risques qui sont liés à cette utilisation de l'eau? Et donc, vous allez donc la question qu'on se pose un petit peu, c'est comment dire, est-ce que les entreprises font attention, portent une attention particulière à ce risque lié à l'utilisation de l'eau, et en quoi c'est lié notamment à l'implantation des entreprises sur des grandes rivières ou des bassins transfrontaliers? Et est-ce que ça a un poids dans les décisions d'investissement des entreprises? C'est-à-dire que si elles se trouvent par exemple sur un fleuve qui va être affecté par des utilisations non durables par un pays voisin, est-ce que ça va influencer sur leur décision d'investissement?
Thank you. So in my last presentation, I really focused in on the role of corporates. But as promised, for my contribution on this panel, I'll be focusing on CDP's work with financial institutions themselves. We are obviously seeing a massive acceleration on action from financial institutions in this area. The fact that I'm sitting next to Hans from the Swiss Banking Association, that I was accompanied by my friend at SEB earlier, that we had SEB also present the keynote yesterday, are all examples of increased awareness and action from financial institutions on water. Another example is of the Spanish bank BBVA, who issued last year the world's first ever water footprint loan, which offered a lower rate of interest to the energy company Iberdrola if Iberdrola maintains a CDP A score for water and also reduces its water consumption by 80%. We obviously have many financial institutions using our data to understand water-related risks in their portfolios and our scores to engage or to inform engagement with the companies that they invest in to influence financial and strategic decisions. We also at CDP have a cutting-edge new program, a new initiative, which is our Sustainable Finance and Banks program. So this links up financial institutions, large buyers, and SMEs to allow suppliers to receive preferential financing rates based on their environmental performance. So increasingly, we will be piloting that for water. But this is still a drop, and we need it to become a flood. The banking sector has $148 trillion in assets under management, and it's more powerful than it has ever been. However, the world still really has little clue whether this money is working in favor of our water goals or undermining our ability to achieve them. So in comes, for the first time last year as well, CDP's new questionnaire, which asks financial institutions specifically about their impacts, their risks, their opportunities on water in their portfolios. So we invited 1,200 publicly listed financial institutions to disclose to us, and 575 disclosed on water. So again, we have a series of questions, a series of data points asking financial institutions to disclose to us. And we saw that actually only for 13%, so just over 10% of financial institutions are actually managing the impact of water in their portfolios. So this is a lot lower than the proportion that measure their impact on climate change. That actually stands at 72%. But it is reassuring to see that some banks, some investors do have processes in place to take into account basin health. So I mentioned earlier about water-related risk assessments. We have DNB Bank, DWS Group, Kasikorn Bank in Thailand, Industrial Bank in the US, as some out of, I think, around a dozen financial organizations that are making it a requirement that investees in their portfolios conduct a water-related risk assessment that includes water availability and water quality at a basin level. So again, as I mentioned earlier, this really highlights opportunity for multi-stakeholder dialogue that is presented by these corporate risk assessments. So companies have not just realized the importance of conducting them, but also are increasingly being mandated by investors to put them in place. But we're not there yet. So I wanted to point out that none, so 0 of the 575 financial institutions disclosing to us this year actually require investees to collaborate, to engage with other stakeholders, such as river basin authorities or communities, NGOs, other water users, other companies even, within a basin to manage water. So I think this is an area that we can really draw attention to. Another area that is becoming a real recurring theme over today and yesterday is about engagement and collaboration. And I found it interesting that when we heard about the OECD pilot case study in Armenia, that one of the key barriers for collaboration was an absence of a comprehensive water security strategy to guide governments, donors, and private investments. This resonated with me because of what we heard from that PVH company, that clothing company in the Mekong, talking about how these transboundary risks are threatening businesses and therefore the financial institutions investing in them. So these institutions have a really important role to play in advocating for stronger water-related regulation and enforcement. And we have at CDP come up with a water action pathway, so a guide on how to align the trillions in financial flows towards a water secure future, and engagement, collaboration is a really key pillar of that.
Merci beaucoup Myriam pour cette intervention très importante. Peut-être une toute petite question. Les entreprises identifient leurs risques. Après, comment est-ce qu'elles peuvent... C'est très compliqué, j'imagine, pour elles de les gérer, ces risques derrière. Donc, qu'est-ce que nous, on peut faire pour aider ces entreprises à mieux gérer ces risques et les accompagner dans la gestion de ce risque?
Yeah, really good question. I think many companies, they tell us through CDP's questionnaire about how they are responding to risks and the amount of money that they're actually investing in these responses. CDP has a way to summarize some of those key responses, and we find that the highest number of responses are to do with efficiency and developing flood or drought mitigation plans, but most money is actually being invested in capital expenditures and abating pollution control measures. So I think us honing in on those most frequently reported responses to risk, but also the responses to risk where companies are investing the most money, can help us pull other successful case studies, examples, winning outcomes that have again worked with a variety of different stakeholders to ensure they're successful, not just for the company, but for the wider ecosystems and water users. Raise the awareness of companies about what they can learn from those other examples.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening. Merci beaucoup. Nous allons passer à notre prochain speaker, donc, qui est Monsieur Derek Keiser de Stockalper. J'espère que j'ai bien prononcé votre nom. Pardon, ici, excusez-moi. Donc, vous êtes président de la branche suisse de la Fondation Prince Albert II de Monaco. Et qui travaille de façon sur le développement de solutions à impact pour protéger la planète, la biodiversité de la planète, le climat, les océans et les ressources en eau. Donc, tout un programme très ambitieux. Voilà. Et donc, on voudrait comprendre un petit peu mieux qu'est-ce que des acteurs comme vous, qui sont des acteurs philanthropiques, peuvent apporter comme opportunité pour un travail en partenariat, notamment avec des organisations de bassin ou des organisations qui gèrent l'eau au niveau local ou national.
So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Delighted to be here. So just to provide some background, the foundation of Prince Albert II of Monaco has been created in 2006 by the Prince himself. And I mentioned this because actually it is a very peculiar foundation as it's a head of state. So it will be actually a point I will actually rebound on later on. And the foundation has invested about 100 million euros over the period, and mostly on projects linked to the ocean, biodiversity and climate, but also fauna and flora, and also social inclusion. So this is really something I wanted to bring forward, is really the holistic dimension of foundations. And the second point is that most people think about foundation as a grant-making organizations. And actually what I'm going to describe this morning is something slightly different. And actually we'll also rebound on some of the comments this morning about risk and about actually dialogue, language, understanding each other. And at the end, actually, a foundation like the one of the Prince Albert Foundation can be a great catalyst of ecosystem. And this is really something I want to share. And you have already actually the slide I want to share later on, but this is actually a key mechanism kind of building on most of the actually comments that were made actually this morning on this panel or also yesterday. And the idea was really actually to go beyond public finance or grant making, that is really actually leveraging impact actually across multiple type of dimensions. And so what you have to do, of course, is build, let's say, mitigating risk factor. We believe that we need also to build a trust ecosystem. And this is where we think foundations can play a role, because they can be really upstream and, let's say, prepare the ground, let's say, for initiatives and collaborations to emerge between public, private, and multilateral actors. And this is a platform where common language can be, let's say, built upon. So one example of that, let's say, ecosystem building is the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, which was actually initiated in 2018. It was two foundations and Germany actually who started it. It was the Vulcan Foundation in the US, who was actually the foundation from Mr. Paul Allen, co-founder of Microsoft, and the foundation of Prince Albert II of Monaco, with actually one country, came together and said, look, we need to find a solution to protect corals globally. Corals represent 1% of the seafloor, but 25% of the, let's say, biodiversity within oceans. So there was a feeling that actually helping protect corals could be not only a way to, let's say, protect the oceans and indirectly also the climate, but also local ecosystems and economies which are, let's say, exposed and dependent on corals. So the idea was really to bring multiple types of expertise together from the public, private, multilateral actors, and build a new governance structure. And this is actually where I think a foundation can be very helpful, is maybe go beyond existing governance structures. And the idea here was really actually to combine all the potential of the private sector and the financial sector together with the risk mitigation opportunities from multilateral agencies or governments. So I've put actually on the screen a quite complex diagram, but I think to make it simple, just look on the left and on the right. And on the left, you have, I would say, the more traditional approach, where we have government and maybe private foundations and multilateral actors providing some capital to prepare the ground, what I would call, let's say, develop the supply. That is, really create the regulatory environment, support technical expertise, and also technological innovation to trace, let's say, the impact and the performance of potential projects. On the right side is the demand side, meaning that actually you try to find capital that is not only concessionary, meaning ready to mitigate, let's say, its expectational returns, but also is looking, let's say, for interesting return through innovation. And this is maybe actually the third point I want to make, is that actually a foundation can actually be there to help actually incubate innovation. And that innovation can be, of course, regulatory, can be financial like this one, or can be technological. So going into, let's say, the Global Fund Coral Reefs is an example, because it is outcome focused. It's really focused on one theme, which is corals. And of course, freshwaters could be another theme. And you could think that a similar structure could be actually applied to basins, but basins really going from all the way actually where the source of actually the rivers are coming from to the sea itself, and try to map it in a way where risk, let's say, and traceability and impact can be structured in a way where then actually financial flows can come in. So the foundation here was really instrumental in kickstarting and incubating such a solution. And now it's housed actually within the United Nations and has multiple countries, multiple agencies helping actually globally. And what is interesting here is actually the minority financier is the left side with $125 million, which is 20%. And actually the major investor is on the right side, the mostly private sector with $500 million. So suddenly it was actually a mechanism that kind of turned on its head pretty much traditional governance mechanisms. And then actually what's also very interesting is at the end, we also go deeper into solutions, and we think about, for example, digital solutions, a way to trace impact so that actually you can mitigate risk, build trust into the products, and maybe address some of the, let's say, regional, let's say, mistrust that has been present in the past. Second is also let's say the right side will invest into directly supporting SMEs and startups. So we go beyond infrastructures that we discussed this morning. We really go into ground up solutions that are driven by entrepreneurs, that are driven actually by smaller type of companies, so really decentralized and actually through really big hubs. And if you do that, then suddenly actually you can also support some new types of technologies which themselves can maybe be more holistic in the way they address actually the wider freshwater challenges, which is the social dimension. For example, there are some new technologies transforming algae into energy or algae into green chemistry. And this could be a great way to generate core revenues opportunities for local entrepreneurs. So suddenly actually you decentralize also, let's say, financing and support and incentives for entrepreneurs, and then help maybe local government's budget to redeploy them maybe on health or maybe on education or maybe longer term infrastructures. So as a last point and parting point, I also wanted to share to you that foundations are really moving from grant to impact. And of course, in the next 10 to 15 years, multiple $1 trillion will be transferred from the current generation to the next one. And the next one is really interested about scaling impact as opposed to grants. So this is why those type of mechanism could be a great way to initiate, let's say, this new dialogue and, let's say, creating a new types of collaboration between, let's say, state, private, and multilaterals. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup pour cet exemple très intéressant. J'ai essayé de me projeter dans un bassin versant pour imaginer ce que ça pourrait donner. Je voyais le TIFA qu'il fallait enlever de la rivière et de le mettre en valeur. Après, l'utilisation de solutions basées sur la nature pour gérer les inondations. Ensuite, l'écotourisme dans des lagunes avec des zones à grande biodiversité, notamment avec de l'ornithologie, etc. Donc, je pense qu'il y a vraiment effectivement un modèle qui est très intéressant qui pourrait être inspirant pour nous également. Bon, comme on a déjà utilisé plus de 7 minutes 40 pour cette intervention, non, désolé, on va être obligé de passer à l'étape suivante puisque malheureusement, on n'a pas beaucoup de temps. Mais merci beaucoup, vraiment, c'est très inspirant et j'espère qu'on puisse développer ce type de projet avec des gens qui ont ce type d'expérience déjà et qui peuvent nous aider à aller dans cette direction-là parce que ce n'est pas simple en fait à mettre en œuvre, à développer. Alors maintenant, notre dernier orateur est Monsieur Richard Fitton, que vous avez déjà entendu, qui est le directeur donc, de Finance Earth. Et donc, je vais vous poser directement une question, parce que j'imagine que vous avez déjà été introduit. Alors, quels sont les instruments financiers qui existent et qui sont disponibles aujourd'hui pour mobiliser le secteur privé, le capital du secteur privé, pour des initiatives sur la coopération transfrontalière? Quels sont ceux que vous connaissez? Est-ce que vous en connaissez? Et comment est-ce qu'on peut les mobiliser?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to speak again. Yeah, we've heard there's a range of financial instruments from across the spectrum of capital. I think Arthur had a very good slide on earlier, going from pure grants all the way across to mainstream repayable investment. So I won't cover that again, but as you know, a key point is as we move across that spectrum towards repayable finance, where actually most of the capital is, we should be reminded, the need for revenue streams increases, and there's clearly investors who are going on that journey, and we just heard from Derek earlier around how foundations are actually moving on that journey as well, from grant to impact. So Jessica also earlier covered the options for repayable finance very eloquently, and I won't look to repeat that because I won't do as good a job. But at Finance Earth, we have a bit of a mantra, really. We have a saying, and it goes, the right capital for the right intervention. So a lot of our, sort of inspired by a lot of our environmental NGO clients, have another saying about the right tree in the right place. So we have the right capital for the right tree, and what that means is that there's not a one size fits all solution. So the right form of capital is really driven by the unique project level risks and rewards, risks and return potential. And so that means that I don't have an easy solution for transboundary interventions, although I think quite a number of the specific financing mechanisms I covered earlier in my presentation are potentially applicable. One option actually that actually is probably has some potential to leverage to attract repayable investment right now in today's market is and it's a bit of a trick, is to use existing market infrastructure. So for example, if you want to create a wetland, or you want to create some natural flood management interventions, in many cases actually some of the proposed nature-based solutions that could deliver that also deliver other benefits that have more established markets. So the one I'm more thinking around is carbon. So carbon, there's an established market, there's market infrastructure, there's ways of measuring and actually transacting, crucially, to create revenue streams with carbon. And what we're seeing in the market today is those buyers of carbon credits are actually willing to pay premiums for projects, carbon credits that originate from projects that create and generate multiple benefits beyond carbon. So carbon credits can attract multiple times their value if the underlying project is delivering water-related benefits too. And we've seen that. We expect that premium to continue to increase. So there's market infrastructure out there already, and that obviously won't be applicable for all interventions, but in many cases it is. So it's certainly worth looking at what exists in the market today. I'd finally just talk about two mechanisms. So the way I would look at trying to attract investment is, first of all, the project level. So looking at the risk rewards at the project level, and there are risk transfer mechanisms that are able to actually transfer some of the risks of underperformance to investors. And those are, I covered them earlier, environmental impact bonds. They're well established in the social investment world. Social impact bonds are well established, and there's 300 million plus worldwide. They're not so well established in the environmental world, even though they have really perhaps even more applications in the environmental space. So I would look at that at the project level, and then at the fund level, I would also look at blended finance approaches, as again as illustrated by Derek earlier, but whereby you can crowd in private investment by having capital in the capital stack, taking different elements, different amounts of risk. And then finally, I would just say, as the various business models become established for different types of ecosystem services, from water quality to natural flow management to water supply, what we're aiming to see is increasing standardization. And Hans mentioned standardization earlier, but as we see standardization, both in terms of technical standards, but also in terms of contracting mechanisms, in terms of transaction structures, we will see the need for support from non-private actors falling, because investors get more familiar with markets, they get more comfortable with the risks and how they're mitigated, and they get a better idea of what the returns are available. And as that happens, what typically happens is the level of return they need falls, which means more and more projects become investable. So I think we should all be looking to encourage the development of these nascent markets so that we can accelerate that transition.
Merci beaucoup, Richard, pour cette intervention. Et pour aller un petit peu plus loin, donc on comprend qu'il y aurait du potentiel dans le secteur de l'eau. On a des impacts qui sont là, on a des assets qui sont là. On peut vous dites qu'on cherche des multiple bénéfices, donc des bénéfices multiples qui vont au-delà du carbone. Typiquement, on est là-dessus puisqu'on travaille sur du bénéfice environnementaux, sociaux, etc. Avec l'eau, on a quelque chose de très riche. Mais on comprend aussi qu'il faut un très haut niveau, un très haut degré de professionnalisme pour mettre en place ces mécanismes contractuels, ces transferts. On voit la complexité des différentes structures que nous avons vues depuis 2 jours, que ce soit le Corp Fund, la structure de philanthropique d'investissement, etc. Donc, qui aujourd'hui est capable de développer ce type de projet, de programme assez complexe, où on veut amener d'un côté un savoir-faire local et pour savoir gérer ces risques locaux et développer une pipeline. Et de l'autre côté, des investisseurs qu'on peut ramener une fois qu'on a développé cette pipeline intelligente et très professionnelle avec une capacité de monitoring, de l'impact dans les détails, etc. Donc, qui peut faire ça aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'on a des acteurs qui sont là sur le terrain et qui peuvent nous aider à développer ça de façon la plus efficace possible? Est-ce qu'on en a suffisamment et ils sont où?
Yeah, another very good question. Well, no, we don't have enough people on the ground doing it. We need more, and I think we need more. I would call them trusted intermediaries to be putting together these projects. And trust is something that I think Christelle spoke well about earlier at the UN CDF. These kind of solutions need trust on several different levels, I would say. So first of all, especially where it's transboundary, often the solution may require a trusted independent intermediary, so independent from all of the countries or entities involved. That might require maybe a special purpose vehicle sitting in a jurisdiction outside of the affected countries in maybe a more trusted jurisdiction with a more robust legal system. And I think trust also applies to that transparency in how the risks are shared and how the returns are shared. And what I mean by that is, if the intervention goes wrong or isn't delivered or doesn't deliver the benefits, who is actually incurring the risk of that and the liability? And that requires transparency in contracting, in the transaction structuring, and also comes down to the transparency in where the returns are being distributed and how they are being fairly and equitably distributed. So all of that requires quite a lot of intermediaries, quite a lot of advisors, technical advisors, financial advisors, people in the middle who can provide expert advice and also can essentially be neutral as well. So I would say that is really important. And also the final point on trust is making sure that the benefits themselves are independently verified and there's robust monitoring, reporting, verification. So MIV processes in place that are based around science and are based around independent verification as well. Is often essential to the success of a project. But yeah, just to come back to the question, it needs more intermediaries, and there isn't really enough of that. I call it investment readiness funding earlier, but that funding is really, really important to attract these players in the middle who are going to set up these projects, because it does take a lot of work.
Ok, merci beaucoup. J'ai l'impression qu'on a touché quelques points vraiment clés là, comme ces questions de transparence, ces questions d'intermédiaires indépendants, les questions de confiance, etc. Donc, c'est des questions qui ne sont pas simples pour les organisations de bassin, qui sont des organisations gouvernementales avec plusieurs pays, qui sont dans le board, etc. Donc, on est vraiment là dans des questions très complexes sur lesquelles il faut qu'on avance, mais on a vu que ça peut se faire. On a vu ça avec les Blue Peace Bonds, on a vu ça avec le Corb Fund. On voit qu'il y a des choses qui peuvent se faire et ça peut être vraiment intéressant donc de continuer le travail dans cette direction-là. Donc en tout cas, merci beaucoup à tous les intervenants. Je pense qu'on avance vraiment, en tout cas dans notre compréhension. Pour nous, c'est pas simple de comprendre votre langage, mais on essaye de se rapprocher de plus en plus pour pouvoir avancer dans cette direction-là. Je voudrais aussi remercier les traducteurs qui ont accepté de rester jusqu'à 13h10. Il est 13h09, donc on est juste dans les temps. Donc, on va finir cette session-là. On m'avait dit qu'il n'y aura pas de questions, donc je suis désolé, mais c'est ce qu'on m'a donné l'instruction. Et donc, je vous souhaite un bon déjeuner. Nous retrouvons à 15h, si j'ai bien compris. Et merci beaucoup.
Merci. Merci à vous.
Hello. But I'm not on the speakers, right? I can shout maybe. Hello, can you hear me? Sorry, as you can see, we are a bit late. We are just waiting for some people who run Marketplace who are still in another meeting, but we will start very soon. And also, there is no interpretation for this hour. So obviously, we will go into the Marketplace. So that's not an issue. It's not just for this announcement. There is no interpretation, so I don't want, yeah. So just wait 5 more minutes and we will start. Sorry for that. Thank you. Yeah, so sorry again for being late this afternoon, but we had to wait. Yeah, so as for yesterday, we will organize for 1 hour, so until 4, the marketplace, this time dedicated to the private sector. So as yesterday, we will give the floor for 1 minute to each of the marketplace hosts to just introduce what they want to tell and discuss in their marketplace very, very briefly without slides. And as said before, there is no interpretation now for this hour. So it will be either in English or French, depending on who's speaking, but apologies for that again. Thank you. And yeah, one thing though, if there are Spanish speakers, we are lucky to have 2 people in the room here waving from the Secretariat who are ready to help in the interpretation. So maybe I can start on my right and give the floor to Richard from Finance Earth just to introduce his marketplace.
Richard Fitton from Finance Earth. My marketplace is on attracting private finance into nature-based solutions. So feel free to come over and have a chat about what private investors are looking for, how projects are typically structured, some of the challenges to that, and potentially some of the solutions. So look forward to speaking with you.
Afternoon. Oops. So. Good afternoon. I'm Konstantina Toli. I'm the Jeff IW Learn coordinator, and I'm here to explore some of the solutions, funding and financing solutions and private engagement practices that our projects have engaged in, and of course the Jeff IW projects, and of course to brainstorm and explore more possible solutions within our project portfolio. Thank you. And I'm looking forward, I'm going to be over there in the IW Learn booth.
Thank you very much. So yeah, Finance Earth will be there. IW Learn on the back. And now I can give the floor to the OMVG, maybe, to introduce your marketplace. Thank you.
Merci, bonjour à tous. Au fait, notre présentation s'accentuera sur 2 points, c'est-à-dire le plan directeur de développement intégré et puis l'organisation très prochaine c'est-à-dire de la plateforme des bailleurs de fonds pour l'organisation d'une table ronde. Donc, ce sont ces 2 points qui seront développés au niveau de notre marketplace. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. UNCDF et SCB.
OK. Donc, notre marketplace va tourner autour de l'initiative qu'on avait présentée tout à l'heure, qui s'appelle le Blue Peace, l'initiative de financement Blue Peace, qu'on implémente au sein de l'OMVG. Donc, nous vous invitons à venir apprendre plus sur ce Blended Finance Mechanism. Et je vais aussi passer la parole à SCB.
So, pardon my French, I don't understand French, but as we discussed this morning, they have provided a quite structured way of how you can try to mobilize private investors. So I will, together with Tierno, be more hands-on to what you need to consider when structuring this type of instrument, and yeah, how we can do it in the real life, as an example.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Écoutez, je vous invite à directement aller auprès des marketplaces. So please go directly to the marketplace and have a chat with the host. Discuter avec les autres. So on est là pour ça. It's supposed to be a bit informal, so it will be informal, I guess. Thank you. Merci.
Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me, but this is the end of the marketplaces. So I would kindly invite you to sit for the next session. So we are almost done with these 2 days workshops, but the upcoming session is also really important. So please go back to your seat and we will start in 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Noon, everyone. I believe from what I see that you had some very fruitful discussions and interesting one in the marketplace. And I hope that you all had also a good lunch break. This is already our last session after this quite amazing workshop, I would say. So I invite you all to take your seat. And we are here now for the two things. First, we will have a panel, a last panel discussion, and then we will have a brainstorming discussion to reflect on the way forward before having the high-level closure. I'm very happy to invite here for this panel discussion Mr. Bernadette Adiet, Director Water Resources Commission from Ghana, who will be with us online this afternoon. We have also Mr. Gni Pale Konlani, Director Water Resources Togo, to my left-hand side. I hope that I pronounced your name more or less okay. Konlani, okay, yes. Konlani Nimpal. Thank you very much. Merci. And to my right-hand side, Mr. Miguel Angel Rios Dominguez, Engineer of the Water Security Director from Panama. Welcome. And Mr. Riyadur Rahman, Executive Engineer from the Joint Water River Commission of India and Bangladesh. Thank you for being here with us this afternoon. So the objective of this session is to hear this afternoon from additional countries, party, and RBO representative, what are the main challenges that they see in terms of funding and financing for transboundary water cooperation, and to share with us some highlight in mobilizing resources. So I will ask to start with the first question, which is, what tools or frameworks do you use or are you planning to use to mobilize financial resources for transboundary water cooperation and water management? And what are the key lessons learned that you would like to share with the audience? And for this, and I'm sorry, we will have to be a strict timekeeper. You have 2 minutes each to answer. Thank you very much. And I will first start by giving the word to Ms. Adied from Ghana Online. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm happy to be invited to make an intervention in this meeting on transboundary cooperation and financing it. I think financing has been one of the key issues when it comes to how to go about the management projects in water governance between countries. Now, for Ghana, the main transboundary water corridor, we have the Volta, for which we have 70%, and Ghana is downstream. It's very crucial for us in its management. We are part of the Water Basin Authority, and the main financing mechanism is contributions from parties, being the first of it, and also project proposals, among others. And so country contributions has been one of the key ways of financing the platform that is used for managing the Volta and coordinating the countries as such. Joint projects have also been very important. In fact, currently, there are projects that are looking at flood forecasting and climate change issues driven by the VPA that Ghana is part of. So these are the good practices when it comes to transboundary cooperation. Internally, in the transboundary parts of Ghana, we have a number of projects running. And so donor funding is key. And this is why such forums become important for us, where we can highlight some of our challenges and look at how to bring in donor funding. So for example, we have the Blue Deal project, which is now running in Ghana from 2020 to 2030. And it's based on us identifying issues that we have and coming up with project proposals. First and foremost, strengthening the institutional framework has become key. And so we are setting up river basin offices and coming up with plans. The second is the ground issues like buffer zone restoration, which are happening in northern parts of Ghana, and some restoration of some dams. So the Via Dam, for example, is being rehabilitated, and then provision of sanitation facilities for communities so that waste is not discharged to affect this water course, that is the transboundary context. So for now, these are some of the good practices. First, country contributions towards transboundary cooperation. Secondly, project-based activities that involves all countries that share the water course. Thank you for now.
That for these very interesting insights. I will now turn to Mr. Konlani Gnimpale from Togo to share with us the main challenges and highlights. Over to you. À vous la parole, monsieur.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci également au secrétariat de la Convention sur l'eau qui nous a donné l'opportunité de parler des défis qui concernent le Togo en matière de gestion des ressources en eau transfrontalières. Effectivement, par rapport au cadre de référence que nous utilisons actuellement, c'est le plan de mise en œuvre de la Convention sur l'eau que le Togo a développé et validé en juin 2023. Et ce plan de mise en œuvre regroupe 4 principaux axes. Le premier concerne la promotion de la connaissance de la Convention sur l'eau et ses obligations à l'échelon du territoire national. Le deuxième concerne le renforcement du cadre de gestion et de protection des ressources en eau. Le troisième axe porte sur la promotion d'un cadre de concertation et d'échange entre les États voisins sur les ressources en eau partagées. Et le quatrième axe qui met l'accent sur les effets de changement climatique, et il est intitulé « Promotion et valorisation des ressources en eau pour l'adaptation au changement climatique et le renforcement de la résilience des communautés vulnérables ». Nous tenons beaucoup à cet axe parce que vous savez, dans nos communautés rurales, les pratiques culturelles entraînent la dégradation des terres et des eaux qui ensablent les cours d'eau avec des conséquences de sécheresse précoce et des inondations. Donc, c'est important que nous puissions mener des actions innovantes par rapport à la protection de ces cours d'eau pour limiter les effets de l'envasement des cours d'eau, et nous profitons en même temps pour donner de l'eau potable à ces villages vulnérables qui ne sont pas dotés d'ouvrages d'eau potable. Donc, ces actions, ces actes comprennent un certain nombre d'actions qui ont été identifiées et validées avec la participation de tous les acteurs nationaux pour s'assurer de la planification et de la budgétisation des ministères impliqués dans la gestion des ressources en eau. Donc, nous veillons maintenant à ce que le plan soit approprié par les partenaires techniques et financiers qui interviennent dans le domaine de la gestion des ressources en eau. Les actions du plan s'inscrivent également dans les plans stratégiques des bassins frontaliers que nous avons, le bassin, l'autorité du bassin du Mono et puis l'autorité du bassin de la Volta. Donc, effectivement, ces plans stratégiques constituent aussi des cadres de référence pour la mobilisation des ressources en eau, puisque au montage des projets, ce sont les pays membres qui endossent les projets auprès des partenaires techniques et financiers. Voilà, donc en termes d'exemples pratiques, lors de la validation du plan de mise en œuvre de la Convention sur l'eau, je crois que nous avons invité des partenaires techniques et financiers qui ont animé un panel. Il y avait, par exemple, le Fonds d'adaptation au changement climatique, la Banque africaine de développement, la GIZ, la CEDEAO et le partenariat mondial pour l'eau pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Cela a été une opportunité pour le Togo pour apprendre les approches, les modes de financement ainsi que des procédures de soumission de requêtes auprès de ses partenaires techniques et financiers. Donc, cela a été vraiment un point positif parce que nous avons eu à tirer beaucoup de choses à ce niveau-là. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Gnimpale, pour ce partage d'expérience qui montre vraiment les dimensions multiples de cette mobilisation des fonds dans la région à travers les différents instruments que vous avez évoqués. Je me tourne, I will turn now, sorry, I switch to French, to Mr. Angel Rios Dominguez from Panama. If you could share with us, si puede partillar con nosotros el uso de los instrumentos para la cooperación transfrontera. Por favor.
Ríos de Panamá, del Ministerio de Ambiente, agradecido por la oportunidad que me dan pues, de estar en el día de hoy acá. En primer lugar, quiero destacar que Panamá se convierte a partir del 6 de julio de este mismo año en el primer país latinoamericano en adherirse a la Convención del Agua, razón por la cual en este marco internacional estamos empezando a organizarnos en este tema de movilización de recursos financieros en gestión de aguas transfronterizas, ¿no? En nuestro país. Sin embargo, le podríamos sugerir una combinación de herramientas que se pueden utilizar, entre ellos fondos internacionales y donaciones, como identificar y acceder a fondos internacionales específicos para proyectos de gestión de recursos hídricos y cooperación transfronteriza, ¿verdad? Otro de ellos muy importante sería lo que es la alianza pública-privada, debido a que se debe explorar la posibilidad de establecer alianzas para financiar proyectos. El sector privado puede aportar buenos recursos financieros y el sector público puede ver todo lo que es la parte organizativa, ¿no? También es importante el factor de financiamiento climático. Digo esto porque generalmente en todo lo que tiene que ver con gestión de recursos hídricos siempre va anexado a lo que es el cambio climático, por lo tanto es una buena herramienta que se puede utilizar. Fondos nacionales y regionales dentro del país. Debido a esto o porque hay que desarrollar fondos nacionales específicos para gestionar aguas transfronterizas. Estos todos pueden prevenir de acciones presupuestarias gubernamentales en contribuciones de estados vecinos en este caso. Y la asistencia técnica y capacitación, que es aún más importante porque buscar asistencia técnica y capacitación de organizaciones internacionales, ONG en este caso, o agencias en desarrollo, estos socios pueden buscar especializados en capacitarnos y salir de una mejor manera. Thank you.
I will now turn to Mr. Riadur Rahman from the Joint River Commission of India and Bangladesh to share with us the tools and the lessons learned with the audience. Thank you very much.
Very good afternoon to the chair and to all of the participants here. I am Riadur Rahman, Executive Engineer, Joint Rivers Commission from Bangladesh. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer these questions. Basically, you know, Bangladesh is a river and country. There are more than 400 rivers in Bangladesh, of which 57 rivers are transboundary rivers. 54 are common with India and 3 are common with Myanmar. And this is a big challenge to manage these waters from these transboundary rivers because the only the 7% of the catchment area lies within our country and 93% lies outside of our country. So huge amount of water, and we have to manage it during especially during the rainy season or during the wet season. And again, there is a scarcity of water during the dry season. Bangladesh, in a nutshell, if I want to say that Bangladesh is the lowermost riverine country of the 3 big Himalayas rivers, namely the Ganges, the Brahmaputra, and the Meghna. I think as the time is constant, I have to finish in short time, so I'm finishing my comments. I now especially want to describe the transboundary water cooperation in case of the Ganges River only. Nearly 80% of the Ganges river basin is within India, and the rest is in Nepal, China, and Bangladesh. Only 20%. Total 100%. Among the 80% is within India and 20% in Nepal, China, and Bangladesh. The Joint Rivers Commission was formed in 1972 by Bangladesh and India. Since then, numerous meetings have been held between the 2 countries over the years, and information has been exchanged. It's a long time. After a long time, the Ganges Water Sharing Treaty was signed by India and Bangladesh in 1996. The Treaty of Water Sharing of Ganges was the culmination of decades of negotiation. It's a long meeting, series of meetings were held. Now, the topic, mobilization of financial resources for the transboundary water cooperation and water management in Bangladesh. I am describing the issue. I want to mention that so far we haven't implemented any physical infrastructure combinedly with the co-reparent countries of these rivers, considering the transboundary water. But data exchange, sharing of water of common rivers, we do these things in the field of transboundary water cooperation and water management. For example, to implement the Ganges Water Sharing Treaty 1996, we have to conduct joint observation by India and Bangladesh, and there is a financial involvement. Every year, from 1st January to 31st May. And we have to arrange 3 regular meetings every year with India regarding this issue to implement the sharing treaty. So we have to cost in this regard for meeting and joint observation study. Bangladesh government bears this cost from its own money. We have a structure in the government to manage this financial arrangement. First step is we send our demand to our government. This is called the budget. Second step, the Ministry of Finance approves it. Third step, money is allocated to our Ministry of Water Resources. And then we spend this money. Finally, we submit our expenditure account to the Ministry of Finance. Money is spent in this way in the field of transboundary water cooperation in our country. And we have some plan to make combined infrastructure considering the transboundary water. If in future we take any joint structure project with co-reparent country, we'll apply to donor agency to contribute it, certainly. And I have learned many things from this workshop. Certainly this will help me to take decision. We are considering joint, and for example, we are considering joint hydropower project in Nepal. And if there will be any progress in this issue, then financial support would be required. Then we will search for donor and apply to them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahman, for sharing this experience and also illustrating the long breath endeavor that it takes. I would now like to turn again to Mrs. Bernadette Adiet, online, to ask if she could share with us a good practice, a highlight of an example where mobilizing funding from transboundary water cooperation has been applied in Ghana. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity once again. And so a good example of financing transboundary water cooperation has been to put in our national plans the need to mobilize funds for transboundary water cooperation. So for example, so it's in the process, but not quite completed, but in the process of looking at how through our licensing procedures at the national level, we can put on a charge for water use that is within a transboundary context, so that we can use that water for that money for activities within a transboundary context. And so in the past, we were not actually looking at dedicated budgets for transboundary, but now we are also moving in that direction. And these discussions are quite acceptable to many people in the sector because internal funding structures are also equally important when it comes to looking at how you finance your transboundary water cooperation. Of course, for now, most of our funding is donor driven. And while this is good, we believe that as time goes on, we should have internal structures in place. And this is where we are moving to currently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that and emphasizing the need to diversify funding. I'll now turn to Mr. Ginpale to share with us a good practice pour un exemple de bonnes pratiques, comme on dit en bon français, au niveau de la mobilisation des financements. À vous, monsieur.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Au niveau de bonnes pratiques, je l'avais effleuré un peu dans la première partie. Lors de la validation du plan de mise en œuvre de la Convention sur l'eau, nous avons développé 2 fiches projets. Un projet qui porte sur l'amélioration de la connaissance des ressources en eau, notamment par rapport à l'installation des instruments de mesure sur les cours d'eau et les aquifères. Donc, ce projet a été soumis à un bailleur et nous sommes en train de détailler ce projet pour qu'il puisse être validé. Voilà, l'autre projet est en attente, c'est justement là où nous attendons le partenaire technique et financier pour nous soutenir. Mais nous insistons également dans les autres projets qui sont en cours de mise en œuvre pour que vraiment la composante ressources à nous ressorte, parce que souvent nous pensons seulement aux utilisations, nous ne pensons pas à la préservation de la ressource en eau. Et comme l'eau devient un facteur important de changement climatique, de plus en plus, nous insistons sur la prise en compte de la gestion des ressources en eau. Merci.
Et je me tourne vers ma droite avec la même question. Si puede compartir una buena práctica con nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Ejemplo de implementación actual relacionado a la movilización de recursos para la cooperación y gestión de las aguas transfronterizas, se puede mencionar el proyecto hacia la gestión integrada de los recursos hídricos transfronterizos de la cuenca binacional del río Zixaola, que está compartido con nuestro país vecino Costa Rica. Es un proyecto implementado por el Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo PNUD, ejecutado por la Programa de las Naciones, por la Organización para los Estudios Tropicales y financiado por el Fondo para el Medio Ambiente, GEF. Bueno, además, dentro del proyecto hay participación gubernamental del Ministerio de Planificación de Costa Rica, el Ministerio de Economía y Finanzas, el MEF de Panamá, y los dos ministerios de Ambiente, tanto el de Panamá como el de Costa Rica. Es un proyecto de 4 años de duración y con un presupuesto de $18 millones aproximadamente, y entre aportes del GEF y confinación. Ya esta iniciativa fue de Costa Rica, pero Panamá entra entonces en la parte de formulación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for this very interesting example of very diversified funding. And I will now turn to our next panelist, Mr. Raman, also to us to share again a good practice. Over to you.
The Ganges Water Sharing Treaty, and both the questions I have common answer. So should I repeat it, or this is the gateway? Additional, we have only on success in this case. So this is the main, I already described it.
Thank you so
Ganges
much.
Water Sharing Experience. Okay, thank you.
Illustrative example. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. So I will conclude this session by turning again to our three party and ask what are now the plans to finance the implementation of the Water Convention. If you would like to add something in relation to what has already been shared with us in terms of mobilizing finance, if there is additional actions that you would like to underline. Would you like to start from Panama?
La aplicación del convenio de agua se realizará a través de la asignación presupuestaria del gobierno nacional, en este caso Ministerio de Ambiente, por inversión de los mismos proyectos de la Dirección Nacional de Seguridad Hídrica. Esto contemplará pues la articulación de otras convenciones de las Naciones Unidas, de las cuales también Panamá es asignatario.
Thank you very much for this. I will turn now to our colleague from Togo. S'il vous plaît, si vous voulez encore rajouter quelque chose par rapport à la mise en œuvre de la Convention.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le plan de mise en œuvre de la Convention sur l'eau du Togo comporte 26 actions. 26. Donc, toutes ces actions seront traduites en projet. Voilà. Donc, nous sommes en train de développer toutes ces actions-là pour qu'elles deviennent des projets détaillés pour lesquels nous allons soumettre aux bailleurs. Donc, nos attentes sont vraiment à ce niveau. Et au niveau du gouvernement, au niveau national, nous comptons aussi mobiliser les ressources pour la contrepartie nationale sur les fonds propres de l'État pour prendre en charge ne serait-ce que les activités régaliennes qui concernent par exemple le suivi des ressources en eau, la collecte des données, le respect des normes, etc. Donc voilà un peu ce que je pourrais dire par rapport à nos attentes. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. And now turning online to Mrs. Adied from Ghana. What are the plans, or would you like to emphasize something regarding the implementation of the Water Convention in Ghana?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So after acceding to the convention, we came up with an implementation plan that looks at certain areas, strengthening of policy regulation, financing is a key part, data collection, stakeholder consultation, and climate change issues. So for now, we are developing proposals to look more strongly at the data collection aspect because we have gaps in data, we have challenges in collecting data, especially groundwater data, transboundary groundwater, and also national groundwater. The data is inadequate. And so this is where we want to focus on to raise funding to look at this. And then also climate change issues. And this, we are looking more at bilateral within the co-riparian system, having bilateral arrangements, Burkina Faso with La Côte d'Ivoire, because we have common concerns that affect us when it comes to climate change. So these two areas of data collection and climate change are those that we are developing more strongly, and we seek partners to come in with and work with us in handling these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we've seen that there is both a great diversity in terms of the priorities, but as well many commonalities that we have been discussing in these 2 days in terms of opportunity, challenges, instruments, and most important, expertise and experience that we can share together. I really thank you very much for this panel. It was a great way to conclude this session on this first part before opening the floor to some question and opening the last session. Is there any remarks or question from the audience? Yes, Nigeria, please.
Thank you, the moderator, and good day to everyone. I want to appreciate the panelists for sharing their experience from their various countries. It was good to hear and learning also for a country like Nigeria that recently acceded to the convention. As we also recently acceded, we are also planning to have the national implementation plan as a country for our own roadmap. So, and Nigeria being so huge, populous nation, just as we did during the session, we had various stakeholders consultation. And so, yes, the government will be willing to support through the budgetary provisions, but what we have will be too little for us to complete the plan. So it's like a request, passionate appeal to the Secretariat and to our donors here. While I appreciate the support of donors who have been supporting the country in our activities like the German government through GEF and the ADB, I also ask for support to be able to come out with a detailed implementation plan, to have a roadmap, just as I've heard from these countries, so that we have a specific project we are looking at, but we want to integrate this as a roadmap. So we are looking that we'll be able to get that support from partners or from the Secretariat to be able to also come out with our road plan, because what I see is that maybe we have activities or programs that will say projects specific to the country, but will indirectly improve the cooperation within the basin. So this is my appeal, that we have this consideration for support to be able to have our own roadmap as well. Thank you so much.
For sharing this appeal. Would you like to react, Sonia?
Thank you very much. Could you specify a bit more what you mean with projects between what exact projects you were just talking of?
Thank you. Like we are looking at projects in relation to pollution control. Pollution control, talking about wastewater treatment, talking about the provision of sanitation facilities that will also help to eliminate open defecation. So when we have such in place, indirectly, it means talking about the transboundary water, the quality of the water will definitely be improved as to reduce pollution of such waters. So if we're having those kind of projects, we are able to be supported. And all I've heard today really, also, you know, there's so much expertise that is required to be able to package or present your proposals in a way that it will attract funding, in a way that investors will be interested in it. Because we look at the sanitation value chain, there are lots of opportunities, even in the country, in Nigeria. But to package these activities or programs, we need that support, maybe a consultancy in place to be able to guide the countries to bring up these projects or put them the proposals that will be able to attract investors to come in and support the programs. That's in essence what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this clarification. Is there any other, yes, question? Zambia, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Nalili Kennedy from Zambia, from the Ministry of Water, Development and Sanitation. I think that what I'm about to say is just a comment. My first impression is on the workshop itself. My first impression is on the workshop itself. I think that this workshop has been a very good workshop, quite learning, a big learning experience for Zambia. To the organizers, I think that the speakers that you brought from the funding perspective, also from the financial institutions, have brought out issues that we are going to take back home and be able to come up with a number of things. I think you have given us a lot of work to do. Secondly, I just wanted to report briefly, Zambia has also applied to accede to the UN Water Convention. And at the moment, we are at the point where we have submitted everything to our cabinet. And currently we are receiving comments from all the ministries. And after that, then it will be submitted for approval for cabinet. Alongside that, Zambia has been trying to establish the Luapula River Authority. That's a transboundary watercourse with the neighboring Congo DRC. And we have advanced in that process. We have a clear roadmap that we are following with the Congo DR. We already have an MOU with the Congo DR on the establishment of a hydropower station along the transboundary watercourses. And at the moment, we are inviting them, I think, next year for a learning visit to come and see what happens in on the Kariba, which is another transboundary project which we are implementing with the Republic of Zimbabwe. So I thought of mentioning those two things, but takeaway homes is we have really learned quite a lot from this workshop.
And I know that we'll be knocking at the door of the UN ECE for technical support on a number of issues, and of course contacting the different speakers who have spoken quite elaborately in this convention. I submit.
Much, sir. And we can maybe conclude this panel by a round of applause for our panelists, if there is no more question on the panel. And we can now move on to the last session, which is this brainstorming exercise that is very important. It's a little bit the wrap up of this workshop and basically how to feed these discussions into the next program of work. There are two questions that the Secretariat would like to discuss with you. Is firstly, what type of support you would need to further mobilize financial resources? And linked to that, what are the activities that should be included in the new program of work 25-27 in order to achieve this? You're all invited. It's a brainstorming session to share your ideas that will be collected by the Secretary of the Convention in order to start building this next program of work. Who wants to open the floor on that? Also, we have some, yes, participants online, of course, are invited to join. We can leave a few moments of reflection. I see Nigeria, please.
Thank you, moderator. From what we have there, the first question, if you ask me, the type of support will need to further mobilize financial resources. Like I mentioned earlier, we'll have this, if it's possible to have the technical assistance that will come in form of consultancy to be able to train the human resources in states to prepare and do their proposals for financial support in a way that it will attract investors. Because from what I've heard here, you need the expertise. You don't just put your proposals however you think and submit. There are certain things from what I've heard here that will be the investors will look out for, or partners will look out for. So that building the capacity of member states, the human resources or institutions will go a long way to facilitate the fund mobilization in the basins. Then if we come to the second, which is activities to suggest include new programs. One of that, not that I'm being selfish, but I'll see that you talk about development of the national implementation plans, the roadmap, particularly for parties that are newly admitted. So it's important we have that in the plan so that we have parties really knowing what is expected of them and then carry out the work for the transboundary waters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other reflection? Yes, Chad, please.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Et je tiens aussi à remercier l'UNICI et ses partenaires pour l'organisation de l'atelier. Ça a été vraiment une occasion pour nous de savoir comment mobiliser les ressources et vers qui s'adresser, mais ce n'est pas suffisant. Donc, pour moi, je vais apporter ma contribution pour la première question. C'est D'ailleurs, j'avais préparé une question à propos qui s'approche de cette question, où les bailleurs de fonds ont l'habitude de dire, surtout aux pays du Sud, que nous ne sommes pas prêts pour gérer les fonds. Donc, à savoir la passation des marchés, les mobilisations des fonds. Donc, il faut passer à ceux qui sont déjà prêts, alors que nous, on a besoin d'abord d'acquérir cette expertise, ensuite pour pouvoir mobiliser les fonds. Donc, ce qu'on a besoin, c'est d'abord de renforcer nos capacités, de nous préparer à mobiliser les fonds avant de passer à prétendre à se faire financer. Donc, c'est ma contribution. Merci.
Is there any other Côte d'Ivoire, s'il vous plaît, monsieur? Yes, Ivory Coast. And then I don't see the name, Sierra Leone. Yes, so first Côte d'Ivoire and then Sierra Leone, please.
Madame la Présidente, merci au secrétariat de la Convention. Alors, depuis 48 heures, nous écoutons les différents intervenants concernant le financement. Et ce qui est apparu, c'est que le financement endogène qui est porté par les gouvernements à travers leur engagement est ce qui est primordial pour pouvoir, disons, susciter les engagements, les financements extérieurs. Alors, il se trouve que malheureusement, cet engagement reste pour beaucoup de pays, j'allais dire ouest africains que je connais, ça reste encore un défi. Alors, je me demande si peut-être nous ne partons pas un peu trop vite, parce que quand on regarde le degré de mise en œuvre de l'AGIR, qui lui aussi indique le niveau d'engagement de financement endogène, notamment à travers son critère 4, qui est le financement, on voit que pour beaucoup de pays, il y a encore beaucoup à faire. Alors, bien que cet indicateur, notamment l'indicateur qui évalue l'AGIR 6, 5, 1, ne soit pas, disons, suivi par, j'allais dire, la dynamique équipe de la Convention, alors, je voudrais proposer cependant que cette équipe sera les équipes des indicateurs 6, 5, 1 et 6, 5, 2 puissent se rapprocher et élaborer des stratégies en vue d'impulser la mise en œuvre de l'AGIR. Et ce qui va avoir un effet d'entraînement, j'allais dire positif, sur l'indicateur 6, 5, 2, particulièrement au niveau du financement. Parce que tant que l'AGIR n'est pas mis dans certains pays convenablement, j'avais dit, cet engagement tant attendu des dirigeants des gouvernements sera attendu et, disons, même si nous avons la volonté d'aller rechercher des financements, on vous dira d'abord qu'est-ce que vous mettez sur la table et quand on regarde sur la table, il n'y a pas grand-chose. Donc, je voudrais encourager cet aspect qui est la mise en œuvre de l'AGIR dans certains pays, notamment en Afrique, pour que la dynamique de mobilisation des ressources soit effective. C'était là mon intervention. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour cette intervention très, très intéressante, très pertinente sur cette complémentarité des fonds. Merci. Sierra Leone, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the program. For the first question, I think for Sierra Leone, as we are on the verge to accede to the convention, we actually need capacity building trainings. and other technical supports that can help us develop water resources management and infrastructure development. Like we have the Roque River Water Project that we are working on. We have been collecting water samples for water quality test monthly. But for now, we are constrained most of the times to go out because the agency has a new one just 4 years ago that was launched, only has one vehicle to go to the field. Another department will be using the same vehicle. So most times we skip some of the months to collect data. So we need support in those areas. As for the second one, for the program of work of the convention, I think there should be a routine capacity building trainings for member states, either quarterly or half yearly, at least, so that people can be on their toes to see how to get onto investors. Because if the capacity is not built up, you will know exactly who you are supposed to meet for the type of support you need. Thank you very much.
For this very clear recommendations and idea that will be incorporated by our colleagues from the Secretariat. Malawi, please.
I just want maybe to concur with the other member states to say, I think in the initial stages, we still need to have also financial support, especially to undergo the issue of project preparation, like the issues of transaction advisors and others. Then maybe after that, we also need to have the technical expertise that you can still maybe improve our capacity building. From there, then later on, maybe we might be capacitated in such a way that we might not need any more financing for project preparation, but then we would have built our capacity. But in the initial, we still need both the financial for us to undertake those project preparation, then also capacity building. Then after that one, with the capacity building, then you can take over to look for more funding. That's how I see it. Thank you so much.
Zambia, please.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to concur with different submissions from various countries. Mine was to say the type of support that would need, maybe if we could create, I know risk was one of the issues that has been brought out by most of all the speakers that spoke on financing and funding. I don't know whether we could create a program which will sort of help each member country on individual basis to sort of have some kind of rating so that issues of risk are brought to sort of acceptable levels so that on a country by country, we all have this kind of risk instruments that we could be working through. On regarding to activities to include in the new program of work, I think that it will be important to also see if in terms of where the meetings take place, if we could, continue to push them to different countries so that we also have an experience of the different setups in different countries. I submit.
Cameroon, please.
Merci pour la parole donnée. Je voudrais relever déjà certains besoins qui sont en partage avec beaucoup de pays de la sous-région. Et pour aller spécifiquement sur 2 points, déjà, le Cameroun est un nouvel État membre. Donc, nous sommes plus ou moins au début dans les débuts de ce que nous devons faire. Alors, à ce niveau, il y a notamment déjà des efforts à faire au niveau de la connaissance de la ressource. Il y a des études qui ont été menées précédemment, mais je pense à ce niveau, il y a encore beaucoup d'efforts à faire. Et à ce niveau, il faut un appui et nous sollicitons l'appui de tous les partenaires. Et également, en ce qui concerne la coopération dans la sous-région Afrique centrale, comparativement à l'Afrique de l'Ouest, ils ont une histoire très soudée en matière d'intégration. Les projets s'imbriquent plus facilement à ce niveau. À notre niveau, en Afrique centrale, l'intégration n'est pas encore atteint un niveau très poussé pour nous permettre de pouvoir gérer de manière conjointe les projets. Donc, les mécanismes conjoints au niveau de l'Afrique centrale, que ce soit au niveau de la SICOS, la CBLT, ne sont pas encore affinés comme en Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, à ce niveau également, il faudrait que des efforts soient menés pour qu'on arrive à un niveau d'intégration comme celui de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, qui permet maintenant au projet de mieux prendre corps. Et l'autre aspect, c'est justement la plupart des accords dans la sous-région Afrique centrale, la CBLT, par exemple, c'est des accords qui datent des années 64. Ça fait déjà plus de 40 ans. Beaucoup de ces accords ne nous permettent plus de pouvoir être en phase avec les obligations contractées en vertu de la Convention sur l'eau. Donc, en termes de besoins, je pense qu'on devait concentrer les efforts à ce niveau déjà pour nous permettre de mieux comprendre exactement ce que nous devons faire, où nous allons. Maintenant, mettre à disposition des moyens de capacitation pour pouvoir connaître la ressource et mieux communiquer auprès de tous les acteurs et du gouvernement et des bailleurs de fonds. Donc voilà globalement ce que le Cameroun peut exprimer comme besoin en termes d'appui financier. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Nous avons encore en ligne du Lake Victoria River Basin Commission, mais avant de passer à ça, please, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the floor is yours.
Well, I want to share with this forum that Bosnia and Herzegovina have a positive experience with Secretariat of Water Convention and regional projects. One of them was project called Twinning Economic Development in Western Balkan through applying Nexus approach and identification of benefit of transboundary cooperation. Targeted countries, it was a transboundary project, and it target countries were Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Serbia. After 8 years of intensive assessment through Nexus activities, we recognize that our mission for future actions should be to identify the main intersectoral issues, their possible solutions, and a realistic and feasible plan for implementation. In that challenging mission, strong support from UNESA is welcome. UNESA has developed a scenario, a roadmap for the future of the region in terms of transboundary intersectoral cooperation. It is a living document for a riparian and includes the recommendations for 8 years of UNESA-supported Nexus work in the Drina River Basin. With given principles, a roadmap leads riparian countries to economic benefits such as expanded activities and productivity in economic sectors, reduced cost of carrying of productive activities, reduce economic impacts of water-related hazards, increased value of property. It is a document provides a common vision for the development of sustainable nexus management in the Drina River Basin. based on the jointly set priority issues and agreed actions needed to address these issues. SUB should set clear priorities for actions that will be approved, that should to be approved at the highest level of government and are widely distributed. There are 10 key objectives and lines of actions. What I want to share with you is the possible next steps. We are strongly determined and believe that there is a need further strengthening regional cooperation and establish a long-term partnership among Western Balkan countries to pool available resources to tackling environmental and climate challenges together. Current situation in the region is that the lack of confidence and the limited availability of data and analytic tools have kept individual countries from taking initiatives to address key questions about prioritization of investment and transboundary sharing of benefits and risk. Tackle persisting obstacles to countries' initiatives of prioritization and benefit sharing, lack of confidence, limited availability of data and analytic tools. There is so many needs, but I want to highlight national hydrological monitoring system, national and cross-border mechanisms like institutional, technical, and regulatory. Region recognized need of establish a kind of operational multi-countries consultative body which will comprise of countries that should be a first step towards a systematic commitment to joint management. All of this I have already said to highlight that the needs of some extension of Nexus is needed. Thank you.
Very much, Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have online the Lake Victoria Basin Commission also for one question. If we can be connected, please.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you very well.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Nyaroya. I come from Lake Victoria Basin Commission. I'm currently in Dubai participating in COP28. I just wanted to speak about the second question that was raised on which activity we suggest can be included in a new program of work. And I was thinking of 3 areas. One of them was supporting new transboundary basins, enhancing their readiness for accreditation to climate finance mechanisms. Because I've seen as Lake Victoria Basin Commission, we've been actually in the process of getting accredited to these climate finance mechanisms, such as Green Climate Fund, but I've seen how it is really tedious and requires a lot of support. So I would advocate for new transboundary basins that are aspiring to get accredited so that they can become implementing entities for those climate finance mechanisms to get some kind of support in the process. That is number one. Number two, I've also seen there's a lot of benefit, what I'm calling kind of horizontal cooperation between transboundary basins, like the basins having this opportunity to come together, to learn, to share information, to exchange different knowledge. I think it's very important. Like this kind of workshop is very good, but we noticed it comes probably once in a year, and we could get more of these basins coming together, sharing and exchanging a lot of information. I think it would be very useful, and I think UNSCE could be is better positioned to kind of catalyze this kind of coordination and cooperation between transboundary basins. Number three, I wanted to mention about these institutions who are managing transboundary basins. They could really support UNECE in the process of these countries, of riparian countries acceding to water convention. So, for example, Lake Victoria Basin Commission is managing 5 riparian countries, and more actually will be more countries in East Africa will be joining the community. And so an institution like LBC could support actually UNSC in terms of, helping these countries in the process of acceding to water convention. For example, you need a lot of awareness creation. You need to convene them and bring them together for capacity building activities in relation to this water convention. So I think that's one of the areas that that the water convention could support or partner with these institutions who are managing transboundary basins. Thank you so much. It was nice participating in this workshop. I submit.
Thank you very much for your online participation and this contribution. I turn now back again to the audience, and I see the High Commissioner from the OMVG. Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire, la parole est à vous.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. L'OMVG, au terme de ce forum, se fait le devoir de lancer un appel à l'emploi des partenaires techniques et financiers et pour pouvoir nous accompagner tous les organismes de bassin. Ce n'est pas seulement l'OMVG. Ce que nous sommes en train d'initier, que ça devienne une réalité, pas un rêve. Donc, il faudrait qu'on ait l'adhésion de tous les partenaires techniques et financiers et leur accompagnement pour réussir notre plan directeur de développement intégré. C'est le message que je lance à l'endroit des partenaires et des États membres et des États africains pour pouvoir soutenir de tous les efforts les organismes de bassin qui sont en train de démontrer des pratiques vraiment réalistes. Donc, au cours de la prochaine table ronde qui se tiendra en avril prochain, nous gardons fermement l'espoir que tous les partenaires techniques et financiers ici présents répondront à notre invitation et viendront avec des propositions concrètes. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire, pour cette invitation et vos mots. I'm turning again to the audience to see if there is more question or participants online, of course. Any more thoughts, questions, reflections? I think that is it. Yes, that was a long day. I see some faces. Oh, there is another. CDP, please. Yes.
Thank you. Really, really interesting insights from across the world. We've heard a lot about the importance of bridging borders over the last 2 days, not just country borders, but also borders and bridges between different organizations, the finance sector and the sustainability sector, for example. And to be able to bridge these borders, we need a common language. And obviously, I believe that standardized data can really help with this. So data on which actors are dependent on the water that they're using, how much water they're using, which water sources is this water coming from, where the risks are being felt, what these risks are, how they're being mitigated, how much money is going in to mitigate them. And this will really help different users, different stakeholders, actors have a better understanding of the resource they're dealing with and to lay the foundation for these conversations. So CDP's ethos is that we can't manage what we don't measure, and that's why I'm calling for better information sharing, better data sharing to support endeavours to achieve transboundary river collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we can conclude here with those this very clear call for more data that is, of course, of high importance. And if there is no other comment or question, then I will leave the floor to the next session and the next moderators for the conclusion. Thank you to the panelists once again. So let me call my colleague from the Netherlands, Niels Vlaanderen, Coordinator in the International Water Affairs. Please join us.
So I'm just told that I'm now moderating this session. I didn't know, but it is the conclusion of the workshop, and I think it opens with you and me, Dimka, saying some words of the last 2 days. I invite you to start with that. But I'm also happy to start if you feel better.
I think that people have already heard me a lot in the last hours. So for a change diversification, I will invite you to start, Niels.
That's fine. Okay. Well, looking back at the last 2 days, I think it was a very rich program. I know the Secretary is always quite ambitious to fill every half hour with as many information and presentation as possible. That's always always the challenge that we should find. Keep the time, which is often quite difficult. Also, this morning you saw how many questions there are, but it's also for me it's a positive sign that the topics we discussed are interesting. Is also you have the interest, you're posing the questions. Looking back, we started, of course, with some introduction, but also on looking at the public funding and financing from the domestic, but also other resources. Today, more focused on the private side. What are the financial mechanisms, but also how the water sector, but also the private sector can be more risk aware. And of course, for instance, CDP is working on that to really enclose the data on water risk. And I think one of the core issues is still is creating this enabling environment, which is a very broad words, can have a lot of different meanings. But also in the last discussion, I heard the need for capacity development to learn also the financial background of our work on water. And I think that's something to be remembered. So forward looking, I thank you all for your ideas for future work. Where of course there was capacity building, but also financial support for this project preparation, technical expertise. But even it go direction. Okay, does the provisions of our convention are they up to date? So that's quite something we have to look into. What I hoped for when I gave my opening remarks, that we have a rich discussion, but also get some realism in what we can expect when we talk about finance. And I hope this discussion of these 2 days helps to have that you also have a more clear distinction between what the public funding can do, what the private funding can do, And I think digest on these 2 days, I think we should think through what could be in your interest in the coming program of work. And I think we afterwards, after we did digest the information, I think we come back to you with the report, but also with some ideas how to continue this work. But then I ask you, Timka, maybe you can add some things to that.
Thank you very much, Niels. Yeah, I fully share your views. For me, also in terms of the expectations of this workshop, as a lead party, having been involved in the preparation of this workshop, my expectations are more than fulfilled, and I hope that so are yours. That's the most important, of course, that the participants' expectations are met. I think that the presentations were all excellent. They were inspiring. The engagement of all the participants was optimal. I saw that there would have been also more time that could have been used for the marketplaces, because really this interaction, and that's we wanted to also promote, those exchanges were very much appreciated. So in terms of the format, I think it was a great success, and I really like all the ideas that came out of it, and most importantly, they will have to be pursued. And I think in terms of the content, really, we talked a lot about finding a common language, and this is also something that this workshop has brought forward, to really bring the community of the Water Convention with also new coming players from the private sector, from the investors. And I believe that is very important to pursue on these new grounds. We have also explored more traditional grounds from the funding perspective also, and the country's involvement, showing that it remains a precondition in order to leverage finance, as has been also underlined. So the two are not separate things. Funding and financing, they really work hand in hand, and we need indeed to pursue in that, and finding new ways to leverage that, to promote this and find innovative financing mechanism that can blend the two. And I think a lot of instruments have been shared. This has been very inspiring, and now ahead of us is, of course, how to make concrete collaboration also happen using this knowledge that is out there, using this expertise, those mechanisms, and bringing also all the means and the resources to do that. So I will not take more of your time with those thoughts. This is really now also very spontaneous, but I think the next steps will be indeed to reflect all this in the reflection for the next program of work. That will be the very important task of the Secretariat, and we are all there to support that. So from the side of Switzerland, really a big thank also to the Secretariat and to our lead party, the Netherlands, for this excellent collaboration. And without further ado, I will hand over to the Secretariat. Sorry, to the moderator.
Yeah. Okay. And it's now time to go to the next part of this closing, and that's the final remarks. And I first like to give the floor to Claude Gascon, Director of Strategy and Operation of the Global Environmental Facility. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Niels. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction. Dear hosts, participants from around the globe, colleagues and partners, I'm delighted to be able to join you on this last day of what I'm sure has been a long and intense series of discussions over the last 2 days, which the GEF is excited to have participated in the organization of, with, of course, a large group of close partners. Water is at the center of the SDGs and a connector between countries, sectors, and people. At the GEF, we have over the last decade moved towards increasingly integrated approaches to tackling key environmental threats to the planet. With the climate COP going on right now, It would be hard not to also discuss the importance of water. Without cooperation on water, we clearly cannot tackle the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Changes in the hydrological cycle caused by climate change are leading to more frequent and intense floods, prolonged droughts, intensified storms and inundation, with immediate impacts on people. Aquatic biodiversity is also being lost, and land-based sources of pollution entering rivers, groundwater, and the ocean threaten the health of the planet and of the people. You all clearly have a big task ahead of you, while having come a long way in fostering cooperation on water over the last 2 decades to tackle these large planetary crises. Increasing finance for action is one among many underlying challenges. Coherent policies and repurposing adverse subsidies are also critical to moving forward. Most of you come with decades of experience in your field, which is often either from the technical or from the financial side. And from where I sit, and based on my 30 years of experience in the domain of environmental governance, I rarely meet professionals who are well-versed in both of these sectors. This meeting has been a start to bring these two sides of expertise together to find some common ground, and more importantly, to find innovative solutions. One such innovation has been the development of blue bonds that have mimicked green bonds on terrestrial ecosystems, and where we have one great example of the impact of these bonds in the case of the Seychelles, where Jeff has supported their development. Sustainable finance and durable outcomes should much more often draw on the engagement of the technical world with the financial one. We at the Jeff often see extremely engaged technical work in institutions, NGOs, and community groups delivering solid technical outcomes. What often is missing is a vision of an exit strategy to sustain these outcomes beyond the project life, mainly financing streams. So what does it take? Let me take a moment to give you a wider view here and offer some of the lessons from the Jeff end on some key enablers for enduring and scalable project outcomes. First of all, strengthening and working through country-based systems. This is extremely important and could be through local agencies, extension services, NGOs, or community groups. It's only when you strengthen these systems of delivery in all aspects, their governance and decision-making, their technical capacity, and their transparency and inclusiveness, will it be possible to seamlessly scale up efforts. In other words, to amplify what has been done in neighboring districts or states. Transparency, inclusivity, and solid financial management. This is another characteristic enabler where funds are more easily mobilized and sustained if there is an institutional track record of fairness, transparent allocations, and solid management of funds. The GEF is ready to support, especially the more recent RBOs, in these aspects. Outreach and communication. Investing in communication efforts to showcase successes, reach out to the public, and reach out to relevant policymakers. And again, we shouldn't hide our failures, but actually learn from them and institute corrective actions based on those. Project finance is useful, but when it comes and goes, and it has ups and downs, it limits the sustainability. We must therefore ensure a plan for sustainable long-term funding that starts with project financing and brings in public, national funding, and private sector funding where that makes sense. Innovation and partnerships. Often sectors tend to focus on learning from within, yet innovation often results from not focusing internally, but lifting our head and learning from other fields, both on the technical and on the financial aspects. And I commend this workshop for having discussed these topics and also inviting a variety of stakeholders, such as financial experts, technical experts, power and infrastructure experts, and private sector experts to discuss these topics together. At the Jeff, we have tremendous experience in developing conservation trust funds, which are another example to build on experiences in the biodiversity and conservation field and apply these to emergent river basin funds. There are several excellent examples that have been around for many years and with stable or increasing volume of flow of funds, such as the ARPA fund in Brazil for the National Protected Areas Network, or the BioGuinea Fund in Guinea-Bissau, providing durable conservation finance and having been sustained even through national political and financial crises, and especially through the last 4 years of the pandemic. So out of all this, my main 3 takeaways are, first of all, country commitments and national budgets are essential to the long-term durability of these outcomes. Innovative financial mechanisms often require looking outside one's own sector and trying to apply lessons learned from other sectors. And finally, water and environmental professionals are not fund managers, and bankers have little background in sustainable resource management. Yet we need to bring these sectors and these expert groups together to come up with innovative and durable financial mechanisms for a healthy planet, for healthy people. Let me finish here by congratulating you on the outcomes of the 2 days of intense exchanges and making your contribution to pushing the envelope by bringing water, finance, and corporate reporting experts in one room to build on each other's expertise. I know this has not been a first and hopefully will not be the last conversation to leverage finance for transboundary cooperation and sustainable natural resource management beyond project finance. The GEF is here to support these efforts, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Claude, and thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your experience and sharing with us your advice. And of course, which comes to me as a main message is, we as water people, we shouldn't think we can solve everything. I think we should work together as the more technical people with the finance people and with the private sector. And it's now my pleasure to turn to Sonja Koppel, who is the Secretary of the Water Convention, also for her final remarks.
Thank you very much. A lot has been said on the need for further capacity building at global, regional, and basin levels. I think we have also seen here that we need to show the benefits of transboundary cooperation at highest political level in order to mobilize finances at national level, at international level, both public and private. And that's why bringing water to the attention of these high political levels is so important. At the like through the UN Water Conference, as it happened in March this year, at the COP28, also at the upcoming meeting of the parties to the Water Convention, which will take place in September next year in Slovenia, and where we will have high-level segment, which hopefully many of your ministers attend, because this is exactly also the role of the Water Convention, to be an intergovernmental platform at highest political level to mobilize support for transboundary water cooperation and to mobilize also partners for it. Secondly, I believe we have seen the importance of combining different sources of funding, starting with the national level budget, then bringing in international finance, and now we have seen that it can slowly be possible maybe also to mobilize private finance, even if there will still be a long way. And we need to replicate such examples as we have heard today from the OMVG, Blue Peace Finance, and other trust funds like start to exist in Okavango or in some Latin American countries or elsewhere around the world. We need to also bring in other sectors, such as the energy sector. I would like to just remind that even here tomorrow and the day after, we will continue discussion on this topic when the task force on the water, food, energy ecosystem nexus under the Water Convention will take place, where we have also specific joint sessions with the energy sector, exactly in order to look at the interlinkages between water and energy. Then I believe we need to speak to the finance people and also the finance ministry. And we've tried to bring finance ministries here, but so far not yet so successful. Maybe this can be a goal for the next workshop. We need to look at new opportunities for finance, for example, indeed from climate finance, as we have heard yesterday from the Green Climate Fund. And here, I would just like to share with you that, as you all know, the COP28 is currently ongoing in Dubai. And even today has been a day of discussion in Dubai on water, peace, and security. And I joined the discussions online this morning, and I can tell you the room was full. So the climate community starts to see slowly the importance of water. Slowly, maybe even more slowly, also the importance of transboundary cooperation. So I really encourage you to continue talking to your climate people, to do what also the GCF has said in one of the sessions in Dubai, that GCF funding, Green Climate Fund funding is also available for transboundary projects, as well as Adaptation Fund and others. We really hope that also the outcome documents from Dubai end of next week, that water will remain in there, and hopefully also transboundary issues, such as in the discussion on the currently ongoing discussion on the global goal on adaptation. Finally, I would like to encourage you all to bring home the messages and the lessons from this event, to think about what you can do yourself. Talk to people from the other sector, talk to your own colleagues in the finance ministry, try to develop a project proposal, look at the different publications, contact the people whom you have met here in order to build your own network, and try to carry forward this topic at your own level, because everybody, I believe, can do something and can do much more than we thought, than you would probably think. Finally, I would really like to say a big thank you to everybody who was involved in this workshop, and a big thank you here to actually our lead parties, Netherlands and Switzerland, with whom we would not be able to be here, and who have actually also pushed us in the Secretariat to bring this topic on the agenda. So I would really like to thank very much, firstly, the two co-chairs, Dimka and Niels, for all the support, not only in this workshop, but also over the last 6 years. And I would like to give a short applause to them. But it's not only the two lead parties, it's also the other partners which have helped to prepare this workshop and partly also finance it. So a big thank you to Jeff and IWLearn, to ADB, Asian Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, OECD, UNCDF, and World Bank, as well as also Senegal. Thank you very much for all your contributions. Then, in addition, also thank you to all other presenters and partners who have come here, especially those from outside of the water sector, to the financial and private sector people who maybe do not see so much, who do not work with water so much, and even much less transboundary. It was not easy to bring them here, but I would really like to thank all the presenters, and particularly those from outside the water sector. Then also big thanks to the technical staff, to the interpreters, and to all of you, all participants who have traveled from far. And finally, a big thank you to the whole Secretariat team, to the whole team of the Water Convention, namely Diane, Julien, Camille, and Lien, but also other colleagues like Tolganay, Remy, Komlan, Lucia, Indira, Veronica, John, and many others who are not here now, Francesca, and I would like Eric, and I would like to ask them all to stand up so that you can give them a huge round of applause. So thank you very much to all of you, and I can assure you that we, as Water Convention Secretariat, stand ready to further support you on this topic, on transboundary cooperation in general, and in the coming months, and particularly in the run-up to the next meeting of the parties in October, where we hope to see you all in Geneva. Not in Geneva, in Slovenia at that time. So thank you, and I hand back to the moderator.
Thank you, Sonia. I think with all these thank yous, I think there's nothing to add, and I'd like to close this meeting.